Here's going to let it rock, Shan. She come.
Killer. Oh my God.
So I'm gonna let y'all go. I'm gonna be more so hype man a little bit, you know. So we'll go on the.
Peace to the righteous God, yo, Qanath. Hey, man, you may want to put your boys on the forefront of this debate league, man. Your boy Qanath hitting me up, and he fucking with the Oahspe, bro. He really liking what he hearing. So I already know the Oahspe gonna beat up the Bible because I've been doing this shit for too long. I ain't no newcomer. Y'all newcomers to the book. I'm over 12 years in the book. You see what I'm saying? So I'm speaking from a motherfucker who done read the book and know the book. Qanath, you need to put your heavy hitters to the forefront. Because if you wanna do this debate league and wanna show Qanath something, because Qanath hitting me up every day. He been hitting me up. He hit me up this morning. He hit me up yesterday. But Qanath, I'm telling you, put me to the forefront of this debate league. Put everybody behind. Because them niggas don't believe what we believe, and it's gonna create a conflict. But if you wanna have a champion that's gonna beat everybody on the House of Consciousness and everybody on here, fuck with your boy Sila Shalom. I'm telling you, Qanath to see it.
You spoke, I remember watching some of your work, and you said, how can a mother lie to her son as well? And so the Most High condones all of this stuff that's going on according to the Most High of the Bible. According to the Most High of the Bible. Right quick.
I just got two more I want to show you. And look, this is for the other brother that was on earlier. He said there's no word in the text where you're going to see Lord God as a duality. Didn't he say that?
Yep.
The one brother said that, didn't he? Now watch this. Watch this. Let's go to Genesis, the 3rd chapter. We already know Genesis 1:26, right? And God said, let us make man, right? Yep. We already know that, right? Now let's go over here to Genesis, the 3rd chapter. Let's see. Brother said earlier, there is no duality, because what the brother's been showing is that the gods, the lords and all that, even if they are attached to the Creator, but the Creator cannot have titles of Lord and God attached to him. And this is why, because men are called Lord on earth today. Men are called God on earth. You can't attach what men are called to the Creator. And that's what my brother was showing. Like, look, the fact that they have a deity, the fact that they have a deity, the fact that they have a deity, an angel, an idol even attached to Yahweh, that's the problem.
Shalom, King, man. That's funny, because I shredded 6 of them all by myself on the F.O.P.E. All by myself. Just me and Oahspe. My homeboy didn't come on till over an hour I was on there. Shredding all 6 of them. Yeah. Then we went on Sonetta and shredded Black Jesus Minister. Shredded the Apostle. Shredded JJ 7000. Shredded any of them niggas. And then I shut your boy K Judah down because he said he got shut up first. As a matter of fact, he don't like me because I was punching his God in his mouth. He said, show me a contradiction in Bible. I said, quickly, I just said, your God said, thou shalt not kill. And then he turned around in 1 Samuel 15:3 said, smite Amalek utterly. He shut his mouth. Huh? He ain't had nothing to come back. I beat him up with their own Bible. You dig what I'm talking about? I didn't even whip it out. They wouldn't even let me get a word across. They would ask me 1,000 questions. You know how y'all do. Y'all try to team up on niggas, bro. You know how niggas do. Don't even act like that. But I handle all of them. 6 of them. Qanath, Naphtali, 100 other niggas jumping on. Got handled by me alone. And then we went up there and clowned on Tazariak and all them niggas. Shredded him. Even Sonetta was like, damn, you cut him. And bro, I walked Tazariak into a punch so cold, he admitted that his God was a deity, an idol. Boy, cold with this shit. You dig what I'm talking about? Tell K Judah to sit his punk ass on the back burner. We got somebody for him. You dig what I'm talking about? Maybe he can debate one of our sisters or something.
We live? Can y'all hear me? I think you're on mute, sis. I see you, little Ike. Oh, there you go.
Shalom, everybody. Most High bless everybody out there in the chat.
Shalom, Israel.
Right, we going in tonight. You know, it's your girl Naphtali, and we got Yahven Israel, F.O.P.E. in the building.
For sure, for sure. We coming to kick these niggas' ass out the frame, spewing this wickedness amongst the people. So I had to come back and support my sis Naphtali. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna catch a body. She's just gonna cremate it. You know what I'm saying? So,
And
you know, that's what we gonna do. These niggas talking reckless. So
that's what I think is
Hey,
happening.
Most High bless the chat. Most High bless Naphtali, the champ in the building. Most High bless Yahven. Most High bless Lima, Star, Oracle, Coleman, Flyer, Tashaka. Most High bless all of y'all in the room. Okay, so what we have here is a lack of communication. All right, because obviously we're not getting the same results. Prior conversations about what this intro was about. So we're gonna let the champ and Yahven go in because we introduced the brothers, Salah and my other brother Cosmon to Sonetta, you know, and that's great, you know, and we was like, it's Academia Debate League, New School of Thought, Academia Debate League, right? Or just dealing with straight academia. And these are a couple of people that's in the room. So they went on a House of Consciousness and ripped the floor up with it. They called out Reggie, Jabari. They called out everybody you could think of over there. And unfortunately for the House of Consciousness, nobody stepped up to the plate. Nobody stepped up to the plate out of House of Consciousness. But I will say the Israelite brothers stepped up. A few of them. Tazariak stepped up. Y'all know the other brother. He stepped up. A few of them. Apostle stepped up. So the brothers, said they demolished them. So F.O.P.E, we say, what? Since they called us out, the champ is in the house. I don't know if she want to go ahead and take him on solo dolo, but she got brothers and sisters on this end that's willing to pull the sword out and chop off heads. So this is going to be a I guess, however they're going to do it. And after this is going to tell the truth if them brothers want to debate, and Qanath don't have nothing to do with the debate, judge, or anything. That'll be on the other channel, the Academia, F.O.P.E Academia Debate League. It'll be on their channel. And we'll go forth from, that's everybody channel. I won't be a judge of anything, but we're going to let Naphtali and Yahven say something. Yahven, you can start out, man. I'm trying to get Naphtali in the room. Hey, Shasha, I'm having real bad. Hold on, let me try this. I'm going to try to move my laptop. So I got to get Neff back on. Shan, can you put Neff back in the room? Go ahead, Yahven. Say something.
Yeah, shalom, Israel. I'm back. Took a little time off. Had to deal with some things, and but I'm back. I ain't forgot about y'all. And as a nigga was just chilling, I heard these Oahspe niggas come out of nowhere talking about, how some crocker done had a revelation about the Most High God of Israel and how He is giving us scripture on how to have a relationship with our God. You know what I mean? At first it sounds good, like all false doctrines, it's just a bunch of shit that sound good, like Christianity, the 12 tribes chart. This ain't no different, but we're going to catch these niggas in their lies and, we're going to straight bomb on these niggas. And then Natalia's just going to strike a match and just burn all that shit up. So, there it is. Miss y'all. So, but I'm back. Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, what's going on, everybody out there in the chat? Shalom, Elder Qanath, as well as Yahven Israel. I see you out there, K. Judah Star, Oracle.
Is she on? Because I can't.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Nope. All day. Damn.
I can hear you, Naphtali.
Oh, you can? Okay, because Qanath said he can't hear me. Seems like we're having some technical problems, guys. But you guys can hear me, correct?
Yeah, I hear you, sis. I hear you. Go ahead. I'm having bad delay and everything.
Delay.
My bad.
Delay, Qanath.
Yeah, I hear you, sis. I hear you. Go ahead. I'm having bad.
Okay, guys. Anyway, what's this Oahspe business? Why are they coming with this false doctrine? Why do they bring this to the table? It's laughable. We're gonna be done tonight. It's finished.
Right.
It's done.
Right. It's laughable, and y'all gonna laugh tonight. Believe that, because it's oh my god. Like,
hold on a second, Naphtali. Qanath, you need to mute, or somebody got another screen open because I hear feedback. A lot of feedback.
It's Qanath. He got feedback.
Okay. All right. Shalom, Most High bless everybody, all the moderators. Shalom, King Judah, Star Lima, Oracle 007, Eve ate the fruit of lies. Everybody in the chat, Most High bless. Thank y'all for tuning in. Please like the video. Please like and subscribe to F.O.P.E Academia Debate League channel. Please like and subscribe and share the video. Shalom to the Elder Midwest Judite. Most High bless everybody. Shalom. Shalom.
All right. Qanath, you coming back, or you want us to take over?
Sure, he'll be back. But yeah, in the meantime, I find it comical how these Negroes are like, yeah, I bombed on him and I did this to K. Judah. Man, let me just set the record straight for all Israel that's listening. You ask K. Judah about the contradiction. He showed you that there's no contradiction, that the Most High is a righteous judge. He said, thou shalt not kill. That's a law given to Israel. Now, there are certain instances in the Bible where, I mean, there's a time for war, a time for peace, there's a time for all things. And the Most High is also an Elohim of war. So I guess you niggas want to place a God on us, sort of like the Christian church, where he just all lovey-dovey and like to hug niggas and, go to parties and stuff without, chastising people for doing wickedness. And it's like, and then he said, it's common sense. Common sense. We're going to show you the definition of common sense tonight. Man.
Facts, Yahven. What are they talking about? Talking about our God is demonic. Stop it.
That's just.
That is, I mean, do they really want to say that? Do they really know who they talking about? Like,
that's what I'm saying. It's good. It's all goofy stuff. Them niggas ain't got no solid foundation to understand that doctrine. They carry to and fro, from every wind of doctrine, and they ain't got no foundation to stand on, foundation of truth. They just looking for anything and everything they can find to discredit the Bible. But we're gonna get into all that. So
Qanath, we see you back. Did you want something to say before Yahven starts his presentation, or?
in fact, he's still. Let me call him.
All right, guys, you gotta. Okay, he said go for it. All right, cool. So, Yahven,
okay,
get ready to start. You have anything else you want to say, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start, and then share my screen. You can, once I'm done with that, you can follow up.
Hey, I can't wait to see what. Hey, we coming. Hey, I'm coming with the sword, y'all, and I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the word of the Most High, the one true God, right?
Yep.
They talked about your God this and your God is a God, and then they talking about deities, and they talking about this. Do they understand that you cannot correct the Hebrew with the English? Do they not understand that?
Right.
They understand that there is over 500,000 words in the English in the English dictionary versus there's only about 8,000, 7,000, 8,000 words in the Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
Hebrew, don't they understand that there's the word deity didn't even exist in that time? Don't they understand the word Elohim is utilized multiple times for multiple different reasons? That's why it's something called context and discernment.
Which exactly.
Wow. But
the most I did. Oh, go ahead, sis.
No, go ahead, keep going, Yahven. I'm just I'm just going in tonight.
Oh yeah, let me go ahead and start. Let's go ahead and get to it. I know the audience is ready to.
I know. So Eve at the fruit of life, she said how he shredded everyone when he couldn't even show prophecy in him.
Exactly.
Who he shred? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I feel like Tazariak ate him up. I don't know what he's talking about. He definitely ain't shred me, and he definitely ain't shred my brother K. Judah. Like, what is he talking about? Like, he needs to go have 2 seats, but that's okay.
Right, he needs to get a seat for everybody at the Oahspe. You know what I mean?
Be quiet. I'm gonna hush this mouth on up and let Yahven take over and get this show started. So let's go ahead.
Mm-hmm. I clicked to share my screen. I'm just waiting. All right. So here we go. Right. I'm gonna start off with this slide here. This is the first slide I want to get into because this kind of goes right into the understanding that the Most High gives His people. So we're gonna go with Hebrews chapter 4, verse 12. Okay. For the word of God is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit, and of the joints and marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart. I want y'all to keep this part in mind right here, Israel, because the Most High Word is so powerful that when you read it, it exposes what's really deep in your spirit, because His Word has no contradiction in it. And when people try to lie on His Word, it exposes what's in their heart and why they do it. Mainly for filthy lucre's sake, or they niggas want to chase clout or be seen, or they're dealing with lust of some sort. So we're gonna expose these Oahspe niggas for the lies that they tell them and spewing that bullshit amongst the people. So let's go on to the next slide, right? So I'm gonna do Proverbs chapter 9 and verse 10. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the holy is understanding. And then I'm gonna do Psalms chapter 25, verse 14. The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him, and he will show them his covenant. So the reason I'm showing this picture of Mayweather and McGregor is because when Floyd Mayweather is battling his opponent, there are certain things Floyd can see that his opponent isn't aware of, which is why he told Conor McGregor exactly what he was going to do to him before he did it. He walked him down and exposed the inconsistencies in his formula and defeated him. The same thing me and Sister Naphtali about to do to these lion serpent niggas running around Israel promoting the satanic doctrine of the Oahspe. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Psalms chapter 33, verse 4, for the word of the Lord is right, and all his works are done in truth. So this is an example and illustration of truth, the power of truth. Truth is an infinite loop, has no beginning and no end. It's a 360 degrees revolving concept where the Most High's word is a direct correlation to when he explains that he is a God that is from everlasting to everlasting. And so that directly correlates with truth and his word. He has no beginning and no end. So keeping that in mind, what the devil likes to do is how he deceives those who the Most High gives his words to. What he does is he looks for a loophole in the Most High's word. Basically, a way to deceive the people, like when he told Eve in Genesis chapter 3, verse 4, and the serpent said unto the woman, ye shall not surely die. What the devil has to do is he won't outright tell a complete lie. He tells truth mixed with lies. Doctrines of men not ordained by the Most High. Keep that in mind, because who ordained this cracker? All lies have a beginning and an end, a direct representation of death. Just like when the Father told Eve, do not eat of the fruit lest you die. And the first thing that happened was a lie was told, which added to the truth of the Most High's words. So, Matthew chapter 7, verse 6, give not that which is holy unto the dogs, neither cast ye your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet and turn again to render you. So basically, this is when we start getting crap like this, where liars and deceivers start convincing you that we're all the same. You know what I'm saying? When you start listening to lies of the Most High's word, and they do this to usurp your identity. So they can get their foot in the door and trying to steal that which belongs to you. I mean, we see this in real time, what's going on right here, And then, of course, this is direct correlation to this necromancer claiming that in the Oahspe, salvation is for everybody, and we get graded on our little report card. And then if you was a good person here on Earth, you get your own planet to rule in the cosmos, that type of goofy shit, which is nowhere in the Bible speaking about how anybody other than the children of Israel receive an inheritance. So as that continues, your inheritance shrinks down more and more as you listen to the lies of devils and deceivers. And your oppressor continues to rule over you. Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 7, surely oppression maketh a wise man mad, and a gift destroyeth the heart. As you can see. So why would your oppressor give you, why would your oppressor say you and your y'all both get an equal amount of your inheritance? Because he really doesn't want you to have anything at all based on what he's trying to take from you. It soon becomes 50-50, 25-75, and then 100-0. And so what really happens here is we get coon Negroes, as we can see with these Oahspe niggas, trying to say that the children of Israel are not who the Most High said they are, not who the Bible says they are. So let me go with Malachi chapter 3, verse 6. For I am the Lord, I change not, therefore ye, the sons of Jacob, are not consumed. So we get words of coons, you know, they say all kind of different stuff. Once they start believing in the lies of deceivers and oppressors that feed them, and they get destroyed for lack of knowledge, because they don't study to show themselves approved, and they don't hearken unto the words of the Most High, because his words is foundation to all truth and understanding. When you skip over what he says, you put yourself in a very dangerous situation. So we're going to go into the next chapter, the next slide here. So then what niggas start doing, right? They start taking on the strategies of the deceiver. They start looking for loopholes as well to deny their own inheritance and trying to lie on niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like in Lex Vortex case. See, the oppressor, he knows who he is, and he knows who his God is, and he knows his God is false. He actually has a more stable doctrine than a coon Negro, because he knows who he is and who he worships. But a Negro who wants to deny his heritage and yield to the lies of the oppressor, he starts getting even more desperate and trying to rely on the Most High's words, because he's trying to take on the devil's talking points, and he'll look for anything and everything to rely on the Bible, as long as he can use it as a tool. But see, where a lot of people mess up is they get caught up with trying to debate people like Les Vortex with all these loophole outside sources rather than the Bible itself. So Lex Vortex, he'll come to you, or any of the Oahspe niggas, sometimes they'll say, well, you know, according to Google, according to Yahoo, or some random nigga's opinion, or, you know, a blog I read, the children of Israel are not black people. But like, you need to tell niggas like Lex Vortex, Israel, we never awaken to who we are based on what Google says. We awaken to who we are based on what the Bible says. We never claimed we were Israelites according to Google. We claim we are Israelites according to the Bible. Now, if you say that's a lie, go into the Bible and show us how that's not true. See, they don't want to debate on grounds of the Bible. They want to take you outside of the Most High's words and start getting you to debate them using their same sword. See, when you use the same sword that they're using by debating them based on articles and stuff like that, it's fair game. You see what I'm saying? But when they have to go into the Bible and disprove who Israel is, they can't do it. That's why they always got to get you outside of the Most High's words and start getting you to pay attention to everything except what the word says. So Ephesians chapter 4, verse 14, that we henceforth be no more children tossed to and fro and carried about with every wind of doctrine by the sleight of men and cunning craftiness, whereby they lie in wait to deceive. And that's basically what's happened to these Oahspe Negroes. They carry to and fro by every wind of doctrine, and they don't stand on a solid foundation of truth, which is the Most High's word. And then after that, it's the signs and wonders that we get from the curses. And notice how they never want to deal with who Israel is by staying in the Bible. They always got to tell you what some article said or what some random heathen or some nigga said. You know what I'm saying? They never want to stay in the Bible because they know they'll get crushed. Notice how these Oahspe niggas always want to say, well, we're going to show y'all which Bible is more demonic and show me a contradiction about the Most High killing animals. And they'll talk about anything else except who the people is. Because what all false doctrines have in common is they try to usurp the identity of the people. Because once they get you to believe that you are not who the Most High said you are according to the Bible, that's the starting stages of them trying to, it's fair game from there. They can start, it's easier for their lies to sound convincing. like with the Christian church. You know, God loves everybody. We for everybody. So the people, once you put the identity of the people into perspective, that's when everything else in the Bible falls in line, because the prophecy of the curses are a sign and a wonder as to who Israel is. So here's another scripture, Matthew chapter 7, verse 26. And everyone that heareth these sayings of mine and doeth them not shall be likened unto a foolish man, which built his house upon the sand. And that's what a lot of these Negroes are. They built the foundation. Their foundation is weak and it's unstable. So their doctrine falls because it can't hold up against the Bible. They always got to try to take you outside the Bible. And that's what these Negroes do. So let's get into it, right? We're about to expose this cracker these niggas holding up. The words of this cracker as truth, claiming, you know, he's a prophet and he has some kind of revelation. So we're about to get into the heart of it right now. Can just anyone be a prophet? Let's see. Psalms chapter 135, verse 4. For the Lord had chosen Jacob unto himself and Israel for his peculiar treasure. Isaiah chapter 41, verse 8. But thou, Israel, art my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend. So he's letting you know he has a peculiar people who these niggas never want to hop into the Bible and address. They want to go talk about other shit like, you know, the Most High, you know, is the Bible satanic because he killed children, like dumb shit. They never want to deal with who the people are because they know they'll get crushed. Having to debate directly in the Bible, they know they'll get crushed having to try to disprove who the Bible says the people are. Because once they have to acknowledge that the people of the book, who they are, everything that they believe in goes straight out the window. It means nothing. So Psalms 1, chapter 147, verse 19, he showeth his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. He didn't show up unto the oppressor, you know, the one these niggas say had a revelation of, you know, he holding the truth with this goofy ass Oahspe shit. So Psalms 147, verse 20, he hath not dealt so with any nation. And as far as his judgments, they have not known them. Praise you, the Lord. It's saying it right here. He ain't even dealing with this crap. But these niggas don't want to get into the Bible and debate directly on who the children of Israel are. Remember, all false doctrines, whether it's Christianity, Mormonism, you know, the Quran, they all are put in place to usurp the identity of the people. Because once that's established, all religions, all opinions go straight out the window. So they have to do away with the Most High's people. Then they can in turn try to say and deny who the Most High say who he is. But we're going to get into that too. Amos chapter 3, verse 7. Surely the Lord God will do nothing, but he revealeth his secret unto his servants, the prophets. So it's letting you know here, the Most High's prophets come from the lineage of the children of Israel who he has chose. But thou, Israel, art my servant. So what these niggas are afraid to do and what they will not do is get in this Bible and show us how this cracker is an Israelite who come from the seed of Jacob, because they know that. That's why goofy niggas like Lex Vortex and the rest of you niggas have to find loopholes in the Most High's word and go outside that and start telling you about some goofy shit they saw on the internet rather than what the Bible says. You know what I'm saying? And these niggas, they do that and don't think niggas can't see through that goofy shit. So let's go to another scripture. So we know who the prophets are of old, and let's go to see who the prophets are today, because these niggas swear this cracker had a revelation that he speaking truth with this satanic ass necromancy Bible. Oahspe bullshit. Joel chapter 2, verse 28. And it shall come to pass afterward that I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy. Your old men shall dream dreams. Your young men shall see visions. Okay. Now these niggas swear that's talking about all nations, and that's anybody, even though we just read who the Most High said he chose, and who he put the curses on if they didn't follow the law, statutes, and commandments. And he said these curses were perpetual. See what I'm saying? These niggas don't want no smoke dealing with the sword of the Bible. They try to get you outside that to talk about random shit that they don't do with the Bible. They have to take you outside the Bible and debate you that way. Revelation chapter 7, verse 9. After this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude which no man could number, of all nations and kindreds and people and tongues, stood before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed with white robes and palms in their hands. So I guess who are these people talking about? Well, let's see. Revelation 7, verse 10, and cried with a loud voice, saying, salvation to our God. The children of Israel. He said he is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and none else, which sitteth upon the throne and unto the Lamb. Joel chapter 2, verse 27. And ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am the Lord your God, and none else, and my people shall never be ashamed. None else. Come on now, these goofy and Oahspe niggas don't want to play. They don't want to play with me and Naphtali. So Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from one end of the earth even unto the other, and thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even in wood and stone. Now these niggas will go out and talk about all kind of other shit, well, the Bible, there's a Lord and the Lord, and you worship an angel, and that's a deity. And, this cracker in Oahspe said, that's not true, because he said this happened. And then, when you make a whirlwind and you get some planets and, all this goofy shit, they never want to deal with common sense of who the people are. They'll get crushed. Jeremiah 17, verse 4, because the Most High said he ordained Israel, his prophets, which is his servant, not some Oahspe dentist. And thou, even thyself, shalt discontinue from thine heritage that I give thee, and I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not, for ye have kindled a fire in mine anger, which shall burn forever. Baruch chapter 2, verse 30, for I knew that they would not hear me because of stiff-necked people, but in the land of their captivity they shall remember themselves. Another prophecy, aside from the curses that we will be under. There's two major prophecies. Now, these prophecies have already been spoken, and it ties into the book of Revelation of how the children of Israel will come back from all the different nations that they have been scattered to, which it says of all nations and kindreds and people and tongues, because we all speak different languages. You see what I'm saying? But these niggas want to put a white lie over that and say it's not talking about just children of Israel. See, it's all about the identity of the people that these niggas don't want to deal with. So Psalms chapter 12, verse 6, the words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried in a furnace of earth purified 7 times. Now, these niggas like to say, you listening to the white man, he wrote your Bible. He wrote your Bible. The white man didn't write this Bible. He is a translator. He translated it. But see, if you observe this scripture, Psalms chapter 12, verse 6, the words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried in a furnace of earth purified 7 times. The narrative, even through translations, the narrative of the Most High's word has not changed. And as we awaken to who we are and start getting to the scriptures and reading to study ourselves, to approve, and gain understanding, we will receive that spiritual understanding, even though it has been translated, which is what this verse is proving right here. Even through translations, we're still going to get the understanding that we need, because he only gave it to Jacob. That's why all these coon niggas and all these heathens can't understand the scriptures like we can. Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 9, for then I turn the people to a pure language, that they may all call upon the name of the Lord to serve him with consent. So we see the prophets of old, who the Most High was dealing with, are only the children of Israel, and even the people who shall prophesy today, sons and daughters, are still only the children of Israel. So let me show y'all why this cracker is triggered and why he felt like he had to write the Oahspe Bible, right? I'm going to show y'all what triggered him. Isaiah chapter 43, verse 10. Ye are my witness. I want y'all to pay attention to this. Saith the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen, that ye may know and believe me, and understand that I am he. Before me there was no God formed, neither shall there be after me. Colossians chapter 1, verse 16. For by him were all things created, that are in heaven and that are in earth, visible and invisible, whether they be thrones or dominions or principalities or powers, all things were created by him and for him. So we already, the Most High already said who he was. But these niggas want to, lie on the Most High, because if they can successfully get you to believe they bullshit and lie on your identity, they can in turn use that to tell lies on the Father. But remember, we're coming back to this, ye are my witnesses as to who he say he is. Watch this. Psalms chapter 147, verse 4. He telleth the number of the stars. He calleth them all by their names. See, he's telling you who he is, the Almighty Creator. But this Oahspe, Bible toting Negroes telling you that this cracker, who made up his own God, is, some other deity that's usurps the Most High of the Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. John chapter 17, verse 5. And now, O Father, glorify thou me with thine own self, with the glory which I had with thee before the world was. Now, this is Christ talking, right? This is what triggered this cracker right here. Because even before the earth was formed, there was already black people populating the cosmos. And he knows that. This is why this cracker had to write in a delusional ass automatic writing Bible, because he couldn't take this what he wrote, what he heard in this Bible. 1 Corinthians chapter 2, verse 9. But as it is written, eyes have not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man the things which God has prepared for them that love him. This is another very powerful scripture, because now he says, eyes have not seen, nor ears heard. Now, the Messiah existed before the earth was formed. He was roaming the cosmos. And we're looking at the cosmos. We heard about the cosmos. We know what it is. But the Father even said, we still have not seen or heard the glory that he has for us within our own inheritance, which goes far beyond anything we've ever thought of, including this infinite cosmos that he has created. See what I'm saying? And it triggered this cracker. And he couldn't take it. So he had to write lies on the Most High. Now, he says, ye are my witnesses. Now, what does that mean? That means the curses of Deuteronomy that we can all observe with the naked eye as we observe reality, which proves who the people are. And this is a witness and a testimony that the Most High is who he say he is, because that prophecy that was prophesied in the Bible, that his people will go on curses if they do not obey him, is a reality that's true today, which is a direct witness to who the Most High is. So it all revolves, it's all truth that connects to one another. And so this cracker, he said, he couldn't take it, so he wrote his own Bible and said, everybody gonna get their own planet to rule in the cosmos, whether you're of the seed of Jacob or not. That's basically what he's saying. These niggas running with that, spewing that bullshit to the people. So let's see what qualifies this cracker to be a prophet. Let's check his resume, since these niggas is so adamant on giving him the authority to be a prophet and over the children of Israel and trying to vouch for this cracker. So let's see. Okay, let's see. John Newsbro, skilled necromancer. Okay, that's his job title. John Newsbro at automaticwriting.com, phone number 666. Job objective: to usurp the identity of the children of Israel and acquire their inheritance. Okay, pretty self-explanatory, Qualifications. Well, let's see what he said. The earth was given into my hands. I've been qualified. Thought you niggas knew that. He even quoted scripture. All right. See, that's the mindset of these crackers. They feel like because they're ruling, they can just do what they want to do, even lie on the Most High. Let's see his experience. Well, okay, he's a colonizer, an oppressor. This is this nigga resume now, but that these niggas is upholding. I don't understand how you can uphold somebody. You don't properly check their resume to see if they are ordained by the Most High to be a prophet and listen to their words. But hey, you niggas. Okay, he's a leper. He is a descendant of Canaan, a seed of the fallen. He's a liar. He's a thief. He's a heathen. He's a witch. He's a necromancer. He's a murderer. He's a child of Hasatan. And above all else, he's delusional. You see what I'm saying? And yet these niggas is still upholding this cracker as some truth speaker against the foundation of truth that's in the Bible that he references and completely lies on. So, you know, let's check this cracker's cover letter, see what he would say. Okay. Well, by the time you start reading this, F.O.P.E. probably kicking in my ass right about now. But no worries. I already know there's going to be a group of dumbass niggas that will uphold every blasphemous lie that I tell out of my leper ass mouth. I mean, like, bruh, I even told you niggas that all black people are service in the Oahspe. For real, for real. And my Cosmo niggas still gonna put a bag on a nigga head if y'all play with me. All y'all niggas cap anyway. This my inheritance. If me and my fellow oppressors took from you, get it back in blood, man. So basically, that's what he on. That's the mindset of this crap. So, but you know what the sad part about it is? These niggas still hired him. They still gave him a job. Slap the shit out you niggas. Open rebuke is better than secret love. You niggas need to slap the fire at you niggas for even listening to this crap. It's a shame. It's horrible. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna get on you niggas one by one, like straight up. So Malachi, boy, listen. I never thought I'd have to see the day where I have to kick in your ass, but you leave me no choice. Didn't you tell this cracker, this mamzer, Alizé, that he wasn't ordained to speak on the Bible? But yet you go all the way left and you sit up here and push this Oahspe bullshit onto the people. Help me understand that. Like, seriously, we got a cracker number one, who you say is ordained, and then we got cracker number two, who you say is not ordained. Help me figure it out, bro, because they both telling lies. So I guess if this cracker number two wrote his own Bible, I guess you'll say he ordained if he wrote his whole Bible. Help me figure that out. You confuse me, and you look confused. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, let's see what the scriptures say. Matthew 18, verse 3. And said, verily I say unto you, except ye be converted and become as little children, you shall not enter the kingdom of heaven. It's very simple, bro. But you niggas want to make it complicated because y'all don't want to deal with the common sense of who the people are in the Bible. You niggas say it's common sense. The foundation of truth starts with the clues where the Bible say the curses that are on the children of Israel shall be a sign and a wonder. So, you know what I'm saying? I got you a little hooked on finance kit, you know what I'm saying, to help you out with that. You even got you on the telephone, you know what I'm saying, light up and everything. You know, you can check your answers and all that. Just to, you mean, this is what the scripture said. You need to become as a little child and go back and, because your doctrine all messed up. You niggas told too many lies. You need to go back and do a redo on this, like straight up. I'm just saying. So let me help you, bro. Like Revelation chapter 2, verse 4. Nevertheless, I have somewhat against thee, because thou hast left thy first love. Revelation chapter 2, verse 5. Remember, therefore, from whence thou art fallen, and repent, and do the first works. You all up in these other books. You niggas that got too high-minded. And the scriptures is revealing that. Like it said, the Bible is sharper than any two-edged sword, and discern what's in you niggas' hearts. Or else I will come unto thee quickly, and will remove thy candlestick out of this place, except thou repent. Come back to the first word and leave that Oahspe bullshit alone, like straight up. You know what I'm saying? Your brother, your family F.O.P.E is trying to tell you. So let's get it. Proverbs chapter 12, verse 19. The lip of truth shall be established forever, but a lying tongue is but for a moment. You niggas lied here. Just like all other false doctrines, you took the strategy of your oppressor, and the lies stacked on top of truth cannot sustain itself. It's bound to fall. So, okay, Noah, this is truth. We stacking truth on top of truth. We get to Abraham, then we get to the children of Israel, where he said he only dealing with Israel, and then you niggas lied. And that's where your doctrine falls short. You see what I'm saying? Because we just exposed you niggas for trying to say that this cracker got any type of authority to speak when every word in that Oahspe Bible is bullshit. Because the Most High said he only deal with Israel. We proved it through scripture. And the curses that are on his people today are a witness to who he say he is. You niggas lying on the people and the Most High. You lie on the people, you're going to lie on the Most High. But, you know, he knew you niggas' numbers. That's why he said what he said. He said, we are his witness. See, it's one thing for the Most High to leave other witnesses throughout history, like artifacts and the pyramids. But see, the curses is a receipt that no other nation of people can lay claim to because it's spiritual. It's a spiritual thing that you can see with your own two eyes. And you niggas afraid to go into that Bible and deal with who the people are because you'll get crushed. And you niggas think we don't see through that? That's why you niggas want to pick y'all battle, y'all debate topics talking about, let's talk about sheep and goats and all this other goofy ass shit. The foundation is Noah to Abraham to Jacob. Proverbs chapter 26, verse 28. A lying tongue hated those that are afflicted by it, and a flattering mouth worketh ruin. You niggas, your doctrine is destroyed straight up just by these little slides I put, because you can talk all that other shit about, all this shit that you try to confuse the people with about multiple deities. This cracker was not ordained. Point blank period. You cut off. You done. And you even said that. You even said that about Alizé, but you're gonna let a whole cracker teach you niggas how to have a relationship with your God? You gonna let a cracker teach you that? You niggas crazy. Slap the fire at you niggas' mouth, straight up. 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 7. Forever learning and never able to come into the knowledge of the truth. We dealing with the Most High words versus all this bullshit you niggas stacking up. Because you niggas, patience is a virtue. You niggas don't want to take the time to really just read the scriptures to get an understanding of the foundation of truth. And the Bible is exposing you niggas straight up, because whether you niggas clout chasing, want to get a congregation together and teach them bullshit because you want niggas to think you niggas is knowledgeable, you niggas don't know shit. Because how can you claim to know anything reading out the mouth of a cracker that the Most High said he wasn't dealing with? Straight up. All these books, you niggas got books talking about, the ancient sand niggas before the flood, and, flying tadpoles of the Atlantic, and, all kind of goofy ass shit that the Bible don't even really much talk about. I mean, it's cool to read, but you niggas, if it don't have a third witness, if it's not a third witness to what's already written in scripture, why is you niggas upholding this shit like it's something important when niggas is trying to work on their salvation and really establish a real relationship with the Creator? But you niggas talking about flying alligators in the Atlantic and shit, all these other books you read, goofy shit. So 1 John chapter 2, verse 21, I have not written unto you because you know not the truth, but because you know it, and that there is no lie of the truth. And that's just it. No lie of the truth. So whatever doctrine you claim to understanding you claim to have, it all has to be truth stacked on top of one another in order for it to work. If you insert a lie anywhere in your doctrine, from that point on, everything else you're talking about is bullshit. It's going to fall from that point on, just like we saw. So, that's that. So, you niggas is fine for what you're doing. But I'm going to let Naphtali, I done bodied you niggas. Naphtali going to sit up here and she going to cremate you niggas now. So, let me stop sharing my screen, sis. You got it. You there, sis?
I am definitely here. Sorry about that delay. I was muted. Great presentation. Yahven, you went in. That's all right. So you done? You want me to come on next?
Yeah, I'm done, sis. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
All right, cool, guys. Yes, Yahven just brought all that. And guys, I'm about to let me back on all that, right? So I'm getting ready to share my screen. Let's do it. Oh, I think I'm gonna do it. Just 1 second. Y'all go ahead and continue. I'm gonna have to fix something real quick.
Okay, no problem.
All right.
So yeah, Israel, anytime a goofy nigga come to you and tell you that the children of Israel is not who the Bible said they are, tell them to go into the Bible and show you that. Don't tell them about what some Yahoo article said or some shit on Google. Tell them what the Bible says. And that's what them niggas is afraid of. They don't want to deal with that. They want to go outside the Bible and listen to the words of devils and liars and deceivers. You know what I mean? So, Elder Qanath, you there? Shalom, Elder.
Okay, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, no doubt. I'm having horrible connection. I'm trying to get on my phone too, because maybe my phone will be act a little better. So hold on. I see a screen, Naphtali. I hope I can put it on here because, like I say, I'm hitting it now. So if it pop on, this stays on because I won't be able to see it. My laptop is messed up here. All right. So let me say this real quick. Can y'all still hear me, Yahven?
Come on, I can hear you.
Yes, for all you naysayers out there, right? Well, why y'all dealing with that? Why y'all dealing with that? Well, the scripture say, warn the people, warn the flock, right? So that's what they're doing, warn the flock. And it should be a great conversation. You know, people can say what they want to say, right, about F.O.P.E., right? But see, we here to have a dialogue with anybody on anything that's dealing with the Bible, right? And what we may think that be leading people astray. So our dear brothers are in our academia, F.O.P. academia, New School of Thought debate league, right? And they brought up this topic, and a few people took it on. But at F.O.P.E, we was like, since the name of the chat, lead is F.O.P.E, we'll let somebody else deal with this. So they went over there and did what they had to do. But we also see that nobody is really coming at them. You know, now I saw a little bit of stuff, and give me a few more seconds, Naphtali. I saw a little bit of stuff in the chat. Well, would you kill your children? Would you do this to your children? Well, guess what? This goes to show you who listened to man, right? Or like my brother brought out research. Bring out the research, right? Do y'all know, brothers and sisters, right? Do y'all know a person by the name of Joseph Grill? Joseph Grill, right, was the leader of the organization after the guy died that created this, right? But guess what happened to him? He was so damn crazy, and Naphtali got the evidence, right, that they put him in a mental institution. And also in the 1900s, right, they talk about our babies in the Bible, right? But in the 1900s, guess what happened? 12 children died of starvation, died of starvation in their cult. Look it up. Those Oahspe cult, 12 children died. Now, I didn't want to get involved in this, but my name was called out. So I'm just only going to speak briefly. But this is not a shot at the brothers. This is a shot for the people in the chat that put out them asinine comments. Okay? So do your research, right? Source up, right? See, we can talk a lot of shit like anybody, right? But it's the difference between talking it and back it up. See, Ali talked it and he rope-a-dope your ass, right? Frazier talked it and he knocked your ass out. Foreman talked it and knocked your ass out, right? But, hey, in all due respect, you cannot be a Beavis and butthead and don't bring the info, what some people will call sources, right? Sources. So I'm going to let the brother and the sister go in, right? Now, I know Naphtali can peel the skin back off your head and Indian scalp your ass to see what's really going on inside your membrane. All right? So, Naphtali, go ahead and touch their sister sensei. All right? And let's see how sensitive they really are when you bring out this F.O.P.E and ass whipping on them. Go ahead, sis.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, guys. I'm sorry. For some reason, my computer is scrolling. This is having some technical issues tonight. Qanath, just keep going in. I'm just trying to get it because it went white. Just a second.
Oh, no doubt. So, look, listen. I could bring stuff up, but I'm falling back, right? Because I brought these brothers to the House of Conscience, and they went over there and did their thing, man. I got love for them. I like when they do their thing. You know, that's all good. But now, y'all done stirred the champ up. Y'all done brought Yahven out his hiatus. You know what I mean? So now we about to go in and see what time it really is. You know, so I say let's do a preliminary, right? Match. right? On the new channel, right? Where I won't be judging, right? Where we're going to bring people in that don't see it either way. Don't see it either way. But let's not talk about children and stuff like that. But in the 1900s, recently, we ain't talking about 2,000 years ago. We talking about recently in the 1900s, where the same century a lot of you Negroes were born, right? And the information of this is very real easy, right? It's not like some of the books of the Bible, right, that they tried to hide from us. This is right there. 12 children died in their cult. Their leader got put in a mental institution because they said he's crazy. Because obviously that person had to be crazy. So here goes my question to the people in the comment section, right? And this really ends the whole debate, what your dear brother Qanath about to say, right? I'll just ask you first, Yahven, because they say, well, Moses in the Bible, I heard them say, yeah, Moses in the Bible is a prophet, right? So this is going to end the whole. I'm sorry to take the thunder away, but I'm going to end this debate, right, in 60 seconds, right? 60 seconds. All right, y'all count. Hey, Yahven, was Moses in the Bible?
Yes.
What they call the first 5 books? They say the first 5 books are what?
Torah
or Moses, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you believe in sources, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we got a source up. So would you consider Moses a source if you believe in the Bible?
Yep.
Okay. Right. So Moses is a source. So this guy, whatever his name is he a source?
What's that name?
I would say he is a source, but I'm going to tell you why he's a source that fails, right? 6 seconds almost up. Because Moses, right, he goes into precepts, right? He goes into linking all the prophets together, right? They talk about the burning bush, all this stuff, what Moses did, right? A reliable source. But where's the source for the white guy? Where's the source for that? You got the screen up yet, Neff? Put in the room?
I'm ready.
Okay, put in the room and I'll share it because I don't see it back here. So the debate would be over just like that. I'm just trying to figure this thing out here. How can the guy be, is he a prophet? Is he a disciple? Is it an apostle? I mean, what is he? You know, is he a eunuch? I mean, what is he? Go ahead, sisters, up. Do your thing.
Are you able to see my screen?
Come on, sis.
All right. All right, guys. I'd like to give everybody a big Most High bless. Thanks for coming out with us tonight. So the first thing I want to start off with is 2 Corinthians 13:1. So the Most High requires witnesses, not just a man.
Hold on, sis. Your screen went away.
Hmm?
Your screen went away. I can't see it.
Oh, you can't see my screen?
No. What about in the chat? Can y'all see your screen?
All right, just a second. Let me see. All right, just a second, guys. All right. All right. Okay. All right. Can you guys see my screen? I'm looking at my phone to see what's going on.
Hold on, I'm trying to add it. Hold on, Neff. I'm having trouble. Wait a minute. I almost got it. I don't know what's going on. I've been those internet been acting up for me for the past month. Can you see it now?
Yeah, I can see it. Mm-hmm.
All right, we can see it now. Okay. Cool. All right, guys. So the Most High in the Bible, he requires witnesses, not just a man in his opinion, right? That's what this seems like this book is. It's just a man and his opinions, right? So 2 Corinthians 13:1, This is the third time I am coming to you. In the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses shall every word be established. So the Most High word is established out of the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, not just out of one man and his one book. Okay? We have witnesses. Nothing in this life that we do, nobody has no witnesses, right? You go do anything, you go to court, they require a witness. When you're trying to get married, you have to have 2 witnesses. When you're trying to conduct any formal business, a witness has to be around. So why are people so willing to sit there and take the word of this one man? That right there should make everybody sit and think that maybe it has to do with the man and not what he's saying. I think they love just this man, because no one ever does any type of business without a witness, okay? And that's just something that the Most High doesn't do either. So let's keep going. So 1 Timothy 4:1, and I'm utilizing the King James Version. It says, now the Spirit speaketh expressly, that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils. All right? So this is a prophecy, right? They're speaking it because the Bible it's a prophetic book. It speaks prophetically. It speaks about what's to come. And in this book here, it's talking about in the last days that people are going to depart, and we're seeing that. We've seen a lot of people are departing from the faith, and they're giving heed to these seducing spirits and doctrines of devils. All right, let's keep going. So here we have John Balu Newbrough, right? So he says he was born June 5th, 1828 in Springfield, Ohio. Now it says here that his father was a preacher, right? His dad was preacher John Balu. He was named after. Newborough's religious experience was reported to have begun at the early age in the form of seeing spirits. So right there it says that he used to see spirits and he received messages. His mother was a spiritualist and thus was understanding of her son's experiences. However, Newborough's father had no patience in such nonsense and flogged Newborough for the unholy habit of intercourse with the spirit world. So right there, John Newborough father was unhappy with his ways. His own father said the unholy habit of intercourse with the spirit world was what he was partaking in. Did he stop this unholy intercourse with this spirit world? No, he did not. And we're going to continue to read on. I have no reason to lie on this man. I have no reason to fabricate this man's history. I have no dog in this fight. Let's keep going. So it says, in the point in the biography that Newborough's spiritual experiences become emphasized. It says, beginning around 1870, Newborough traveled to China, he traveled to Japan, and he traveled to Egypt and India under a spirit's control. What is this spirit? Who knows? But he studied these religions of these places, and he found himself particularly drawn to the ancient religious sources. So he went to these countries, right? And he studied their religions. He not only went to China, Japan, Egypt, he went to India, and of course his dad was a preacher. So he was very aware of religions and he was studying them under some spirit's control. All right. So it says his travel sparked a desire in him to foster the spiritual powers within himself. Newborough became a member of a spiritualist colony in Jamestown, New York, and a trustee of the New York State Spiritualistic Society. It says Stones recount that his hands would fly into tantrums and he would write messages in all directions, independent of his own will. Stones also states at the time of the power would attack his tongue, his eyes, and his ears, and he would speak, see, and hear unaccountably. So this spirit was possessing him when at any times his hands would just fly all over the place. I mean, could you imagine seeing somebody walking around doing this? I mean, it sounds insane, right? So it says, while involved in it, and remember, his father wasn't happy with him, who was a preacher. So this wasn't of any divine spirit. This was something of evil, of demonic, right? His own father had a problem. It says Newborough also took part in evaluating the authenticity of mediums through numerous tests, it was clear that Nubro was interested in the potential benefits of spiritual communication. His interest was not in the communication with deceased loved ones, but rather with notable thinkers of the past. So when he was becoming this medium, and is also looking for mediums, because he wanted to not just reach out to the dead, because I'm sure he was doing that, but he wanted to reach out to people who were they were notable thinkers. So when he was going through, his chants and channeling and, consulting of the dead, the necromancy, he was trying to find actual notable thinkers. I mean, I guess somebody would say, well, he was actually trying to find people to learn from. There's many people that are alive to do that today, right? You can go and reach out to people who are actually alive. You don't have to go through the dead to find and consult with the dead, right? We don't have to do that, but that's what he wanted to do. He said, in order to false these communications, Nubro felt he needed to focus on purification of the body and concentration of the mind. So it says Nubro had adopted the vegetarian diet years before, but at this point also eliminated milk, eggs, and root vegetables. He also believed that the best time for spiritual communication and guidance was early in the morning, and thus he rose. So, it's a very long documentary. I mean, biography. I can give you the source to it, but for time's sake, I didn't provide every single detail, of course. But anyway, it says the results of 50 weeks of this mode of writing, the Oahspe book of nearly 900 pages, a number of illustrations were also included through spiritual control, some of which Nubro was instructed to copy from other books. So remember, he was instructed to copy from other books, which is a plagiarism. And what was those books? They say he included material delivered from a number of prophets, religions, and Christianity, Buddhism, and Confucianism. So right there, all he did was just copy. He went to China, he went to India, he went to Egypt, he went to these different countries, and then he just read these other books, and all he did was copy and compile them into a book. And ladies and gentlemen, you have the Oahspe Bible. This is not my words. This is written actually from his biography. Now, it says Oahspe included material. So it says this book was referred to a new Bible, provided teachings for those living in the modern world. So right here, it says Faithist beliefs center on the work Oahspe, channeled by John Newborough over a 2-year period. Oahspe is a symbolic word meaning earth, sky, spirit. K.D. Stowes described Oahspe as a revelation for the modern world, an emancipation from the dogmas, from the creeds and the cults that have long warped the spirit of mind. It carries no twaddle of hero worship to divert. The tenets that are included are not thought of as new, but rather as information that has been revealed to numerous humans for over the years. So what did we gather from this little bit of data that we have received? What we gathered here is that what he did was he just took the best of all of these writings, all these so-called religions, and he compiled them into a book that he felt was perfect for the modern human. So what he did was, being that he was able to travel to all these different places and also consult with the dead and the notable thinkers or whoever that may be, as well as read our text and read other people's texts and gather their information and cross out the bad and put in only the good. That's what he did. And people are sitting back and saying that this man is some form of genius when all he did was have a great opportunity to plagiarize and to take other people's information and to compile it in a text. And they clearly tell you right here, this is what he did. But let's just continue. They said the tenets that are included are thought as new, but rather as information that has been revealed to numerous humans over the years. Oahspe records a sacred history of higher and lower heavens for the past 24,000 years, together with the synopsis of cosmogony, of the universe, the creation of the planets, the creation of men and unseen worlds, and labors of gods and goddesses in the ethereal heavens, right? So it says an important aspect of Oahspe is the breakdown of the religious labels. Look at that, the breakdown. So he wants to remove the religious labels. People are not segregated into groups such as Christians, Buddhists, and Muslims. So this is his philosophy, right? He's sharing his philosophy. He's saying, hey, let's get away from the religious labels. Let's stop segregating ourselves into these religious groups, Christians, Buddhists, and Muslims. In fact, religious leaders of all sorts are highly regarded and thought to guide the spiritual lives of humans. So what he's saying is that all religion is great. We don't need to segregate under Christianity and Buddhism. We can just compile all the great information that is a part of these religions, and let's compile all this together and let's formulate a new religion. So this is his philosophy, right? So it says the Oahspe, the creator of all of the highest light, is named Jehovah. Again, stores summonation. It says gods and goddesses about the infinity. Angels are begotten of both heaven and earth, but are to be seen no more of men. These are the spirits who desire resurrection, and the spirits who have never left earth and are bound to mortals. So this is some parts of what they were sharing. So this is what the doctrine is, what the beliefs is. Now, it says in 1883, a meeting was held in New York City, which brought together leading spiritualists and converts to the tenets of Oahspe. It says converts refer to themselves as faithists. So this religious, I'm not going to call it a cult. I'm just going to say this religious philosophy. How is that? Is that an oxymoron? But it says this religious, they call themselves faithists. And they call themselves faithists of the seed of Abraham. So I'm going to land me back on what Yahven was saying. Is it interesting that he wanted to take himself and make himself the seed of Abraham when Abraham already has a seed that's in the Bible? Is it ironic, or should we start to question or wonder why he wanted to reclassify himself and his people as the seed of Abraham? But the people that were already established in the Bible, he wanted to get rid of them. And this is exactly what Yahven was saying, and this is exactly what we're seeing taking place. It says those at the meeting were drawn by the desire to help others and decided to focus on building Shalom, the children's land. It says briefly, the goal of Shalom would be to create a community of children from which a better, more spiritually minded race would develop. As told in Oahspe, the results would be the resurrection of man through the world's castaway children. Shalom would not only help those children who needed care and a home, but also lead to saving mankind for self-caused destruction. Now, this sounds great, right? They wanted to take in orphan children, and he wanted to help these orphan children, but unfortunately with his diet and the ways, a lot of these children unfortunately died of malnutrition, right? I believe I've seen where they said, and I didn't quote this, but some said up to upwards of 106, 60, 13. It was a number of children that died in the care and under the philosophy of this man. Okay. Now, did he try to help these children? I'm not going to say he did it, but it just, maybe they were better off not in his care. Maybe they were better off. Maybe they still be alive today. How about that, right? Let's just keep going. So here we go. 1 Corinthians 10 and 21. Oh, let me make sure I make my point with this too. So right here it says, faithists are the seeds of Abraham. Let's just stay right here. Why or how in the heck do they feel as though that they are the seeds of Abraham? 1 Corinthians 10:21. Ye cannot drink of the cup of the Lord and the cup of devils. Ye cannot be partakers of the Lord's table and the table of the devils. You can't do it. How is he the seed of Abraham, but you're doing seances, sir? You're consulting mediums. Deuteronomy 18:10-12. There shall not be found among you anyone that make his son or daughter pass through the fire, or that use of divination, or observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. For all these things are an abomination unto the Most High, and because of these abominations, the Most High thy God doth drive them out from before thee. Why does this man think that he can be anything close to the Most High and still consult with wizards and warlocks and necromancy, all this stuff? No. You can't do that. Here in the Cosmon Sanctuary, this is actually from their website, one of the faithists, one of their groups. It says the Cosmon Church, now called the Cosmon Sanctuary, was initiated in April 1904 by a group of 7 men who were inspired by a book called Oahspe, channeled in 1848 by the medium Dr. John Newborough, and published in 1881. They just called this man a medium. This is his people. So what is a medium, right? It says, what do you call a psychic who has the ability to connect or communicate with spirits, ghosts, angels, or supernatural guides? Well, you call them mediums or spiritualists. A spiritualist, medium, or a psychic is a person who can connect himself with the spirits, spirit guides, ghosts, and angels. Usually the spiritualist mediums inherit this ability to connect and communicate with the spirits from his or her parents. Remember, his mother was a medium. So now he's one, right? That's what this website is saying. So it says he received, they said, from their parents and grandparents, and the inheritance usually continues to be passed down onto each successful generation. They said that it says that is to say that the talent of the spiritual medium is found in the genes and continues to be transmitted to each coming generation. Now, I'm not going to read all of this for times, but they say, what do they believe in? It says, according to psychic researchers, spiritualist mediums generally believe that communicating with spirits can achieve through seances, and that anyone can actually become a spiritualist medium if they study and continually practice. So right here, this man is a medium, right? And we know that necromancy is this art of being a medium, consulting the dead. And that is actually an abomination. But he wants to refer to himself and his people as the seed of Abraham. Wow. How about that, right? Let's just keep going now, right? So this is what they were doing back in the 1800s, right? It was actually the spiritualist movement. This is actually a real picture. This was a movement. This was a big time. It was the spiritualistic movement. And he was around during that time where they all were sitting at tables, conducting seances where they were pulling, consulting the dead. This is what they were doing. Now, Dr. Newborough was a 33rd degree Mason, and his grave is in the Masonic burial grounds at Las Cruces, New Mexico. Now, I know they said many times, Salah said he didn't care. He doesn't care that the man is a Mason. He doesn't care that he's a medium. He doesn't care. He doesn't care, right? This one man, he is that powerful that people overlook everything just for this one man. How about that? This man is amazing. Let's just keep going. So it says, one morning lines of light rested on my head. This is him speaking, right? This is them quoting him. It says, one morning lines of light rested on my hands, extending downward like wires. Over my head were three pairs of hands fully materialized, while behind me, angels stood with hands on my shoulders. My fingers played over the typewriter with lightning speed. I was forbidden to read what I had written, and I had reached sudden religious ecstasy that I obeyed reverently. This is what he's saying. He had angels around him who stood with their hands on his shoulders. So he had angels, right? Now, he had these angels. Now, I'm about to get into something that people may not be familiar with, but I'm going there tonight.
Go there.
I'm going there. John 3:12, if I have told you of earthly things and ye believe not, how shall ye believe if I tell you of heavenly things? This is Christ speaking. So I'm talking to you in the audience because I know a lot of you guys are going to fight me, but I'm going to fight you back tonight. 12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. What does that mean? I'm talking about angels that fell. I know, right? We're going there. He says, so what happened to the angels that are the watchers that sinned? So it was written in Jude 6, King James Version. It says, the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their own inhabitations, he have reserved in everlasting chains under the darkness unto judgment of this great day. So right here, I'm reading biblical scriptures that actually talk about these so-called angels that actually came down. These angels are sitting there with their hands on this man's shoulders, giving him knowledge, giving him understanding. How do we know that? The book of Enoch. I'm going there.
Go there.
He says, 1. And it came to pass when the sons of men had increased that in those days there were born to them fair and beautiful daughters. And the angels, the sons of heaven, saw them and desired them. And they said to one another, come, let us choose for ourselves wives from the children of men, and let us beget for ourselves children. So in the book of Enoch, it actually talks about these angels and how they came down. This man is talking about angels sitting there with their hands on his shoulders. The book of Enoch already told us that what these angels are doing, the ones that fell. 6:3, chapter 6, verse 3. Simyaza, who was the leader, said to them, I fear that you may not wish this deed to be done, and that I alone will pay for this great sin. And they all answered him and said, let us all swear an oath and bind one another with curses so not to alter this plan. They all conspired and devised a plan, right? And it says, then they all swore together and all bound one another with curses to it. And they were in all 200, and they came down on Ardis, which is the summit of Mount Hermon. And they called the mountain Hermon because of on it swore and bound one another with curses. And these are the names of their leaders, Shemyaza, who were their leaders, Yukriba, Ramiel, Carbel. So these are the angels that came down, the leaders and 200 angels, all of them. It says there were 20 named archons, the chief princes, leaders of the 200 watchers. The class landed from Mount Hermon. So all these angels fell. The book of Enoch continued, and they took wives for themselves, and they chose one of each, right? And they became pregnant, and they bore large giants. I'm not getting into giants tonight, but I'm just saying these angels came down, and they mated, and they mated with the daughters of men. They not only came down, but when you read the book of Enoch chapter 8, when you look at the book of Enoch chapter 8, it talks about Azazel, the angel Azazel. And it says that he taught men. So these angels, when they came down, they provided knowledge. They gave knowledge, they gave information. And that's what Dr. John Newbro is talking about. He's talking about these angels coming down, and they sat there on his shoulders, and they provided knowledge. The book of Enoch explains this very thoroughly. Book of Enoch chapter 8, it says, moreover, Azazel taught men to make swords, knives, shields, breastplates, fabrication of mirrors, workmanship, bracelets, ornaments, the use of paint, beautifying the eyebrows, the use of stones, impiety, increased fornication, multiplied, and they transgressed and corrupted all their ways. It says, Zariach taught all the sorceries and the diviners of roots. Was that the angel that was on his shoulder? Was it Zarok that taught the sorcery? Armors taught the solution of sorcery also. Barakiel taught the observers of the stars. Akibiel taught signs. Tamiel taught astronomy. And Osradel taught the motion of the moon. And men being destroyed cried out and thought their voices reached to heaven. Now, these angels that are in the book of Enoch were actually teaching, coming down, and they were giving knowledge to a lot of people. I'm just going to skip past that one. I'm trying to not be too long. All right, so here is chapter 9. It says, though has seen what Azazel has done, he has taught every species of iniquity upon the earth, and has disclosed to the world of all the secrets things which are done in the heavens. Yaza also has taught sorcery, to whom thou hast given authority over those who associated with him. They have gone together to the daughters of men and have lain with them and have become polluted. So this was Enoch chapter 9. So when you go through the book of Enoch, it actually thoroughly explains how these angels came down and provided knowledge. So I'm not surprised at Dr. John Newbro. He speaks on these angels providing him knowledge. He received this information. The book of Enoch already let us know what was happening. However, we got these Dogon tribes, right? I'm going there. These people here, it's nothing new.
Go there.
It's nothing new. The Dogon people here in Africa, they talk about being visited by a group of nomos, a group of, they call them aliens. People are very familiar with the ancient alien, the ancient astronaut theory. They were said that apparently they knew of the Sirius star system. They know of the Sirius star system. They knew of it 250 years before NASA. How did they get this knowledge of this star system that is not physical by the eye? B, it's not physical, but they knew of this star system and they talked about it. They said that they received this knowledge from some form of, we call angels gods, whatever, some deity, some being came down and gave them this knowledge, right? So this is actually something that's irrefutable. It's never been debunked, and nobody can really explain how these men who are considered to be primitive and had no astronomical instruments to utilize to find this knowledge, right? Nothing new here. These are the Sirius star system. Also, we look on the walls of a lot of these ancient Mesopotamian, Sumerians. Look here on their walls. This looks like our universe. There's planets circling the moon. I mean, the sun. How do they know about this, right? This is a solar system right here on their walls. This is over 3,500 years old. How did they know about this? This is just a fun thing here. We see that this hat is actually what the Babylonians used to wear. We see the Pope is wearing it. So I just did that. But here's another one. This is also on the Babylonians' walls, the Sumerians and all that. This is actually an actual nuclear bomb that's on their walls. And it's actually showcasing an explosion. This is real. How did they know how to even construct something like that? Gosh, and it was actually I was going to get into it, but for time's sake, I'm not. But there's actually, a lot of about a nuclear bomb that actually went off in ancient India. But I'm not going to touch that. But that's what I'm showing this knowledge. So here on Sanetta's channel, and I use his screenshots on purpose. He talked about motion equals vortex, power, and force of the creator. He was very proud of this. I mean, Sanetta was like a cheerleader jumping up and down, like, nobody's debunking him. He's bringing all this knowledge. Well, I am. Here I am. Book of Cosmogony, Prophecy 1:1. It says the same principle applies to all stars, suns, planets, and moons, but differing in manifestations on the account of size, motion, density, and relative place. So here it is, chapter 3. It says, thus spake Jehovah by the light of Cosmon, proclaiming he these things amongst the nations of. So the thing is, there's he. Remember, they say that their God isn't a he. It's not a him. It's not a man. But it keeps referring to him as a he. I don't know. Why do they keep doing that? It says, man looked upward in prayer besides the known manner of all things, both on earth and heaven. And Jehovah answered him, saying, the whirlwind made I as a sign to man of the manner of my created worlds. As thou beholdest the power of the whirlwind, gathering up dust of the earth and driving it together. Know that even so do I bring it together, the Azji, Jireh, nebulae in the firmament of the heavens by the power of the whirlwind. So he keeps talking about the whirlwind, and they said, around about some, my corporeal worlds have I given nebulous belts, rings, the man might comprehend the rotation of my vortexan worlds. So right here is trying to say that the world was created with the vortex, okay? It says a great vortex created I for the sun, and within the vortex subject to it, made I the vortices of many of the corporeal worlds. The sun vortex I caused to rotate, and I gave it power to carry other vortices within it. According to their density and positions are they thus carried for around about the sun. All right, so he says that the solar system is a vortex, essentially, is what he's saying. Is he right, though? So he says, Jehovah said he blew his breath outward and created. He had breath? He had a mouth? What is he? Is he a robot? What is this? Is he a man? What is he? How did he blow his breath if he's not a man? Does he have a body? Remember, he said our God just as a man in space. His God isn't a man in space, but why is Jehovah blowing his breath? What is this thing? A puff of smoke? I mean, like,
right.
I'm just saying. But as you see, he was showcasing, I screenshotted this. This is from him. He showcased these galaxies. And then one thing he said was that these were suns in the middle of the galaxy. He said that. There's no suns in the middle of galaxies. Those are black holes. Okay, I'm sorry, I couldn't even hold that back. People try to get up here and teach science. Stay with your religion. Oh, that's right. That's why you said that, because it's because of your religion. Let me keep going though. So I'm using Forbes right quick. It says our motion through space is in a vortex, but something far more. I'm using Forbes. I wonder how many people are going to say, wow, is she really using Forbes? How many people are saying it? How many of y'all out there are saying that right now? Shame on you. Because this man used nothing. He used nothing. But you see how your brain started to work as soon as I used Forbes? I got you. Don't worry, I got an astrophysicist and an astronomer, both with PhDs to support me. I know I got to come with all the sources. I got to cross my T's and dot all my I's, right? This man just comes with a book and some pictures, and he tells you that those are suns in the middle of the galaxy. And you jump up and down and say, this is it. This is the best stuff ever. That's why they say people that believe in religions have low IQ. This is embarrassing. Let's just keep going. So here we have Dr. Rice Taylor. Here's his whole, this is all his information, because, you know, I got to come with all my sources. He's an astronomical institute of ASCR. He's a PhD. He's an astrophysicist. This is his blog. It's called Physicists of the Caribbean. He said, and yet it moves, but not like that. It's telling you that it moves. The solar system does move, but it does not move in a vortex. Okay? You guys can research him and research his information and read for yourself, right? Here's Phil Platt. Here's his Wikipedia. Phil Carey Platt. He's also known as a bad astronomer, an American astronomer. He's an American astronomer, skeptic, popular science, blogger. Platt has worked as part of the Hubble Space Telescope team. He actually worked for NASA. Is he going to mean anything to you guys? Is he going to mean more than the dentist? Probably not. They still going to get up the next morning or probably the next hour and teach these guys, right?
Right.
So whatever. I don't care. But let's keep going. So it says here, Platt attended the University of Michigan, received his PhD in astronomy at the University of Virginia. Okay. He worked at COBE Satellite, later part of the Hubble Space Telescope team at NASA. No, our solar system is not a vortex, by Phil Platt. There you go. Shame on you. Shame on you guys with your bad science. Not only did I use a astronomer that actually worked for NASA to debunk you, this is his, you guys can just take this title and put it in Google and read it yourself. But I have some of the information attached. So he was actually getting a lot of tweets and emails from folks who actually was thinking that the sun orbits around the Milky Way. It's pretty video compelling. You know, it was a video that was going out. Maybe those guys saw the video. So he says, normally I wouldn't bother debunking stuff like this. Wacky claims are made all the time, usually disappear they all. But he said, in this case, I was getting a lot of people telling me about it. So clearly it's popular. Probably because it seems superficially right, and it's very nice graphics. So it was a video. So he says, this guy is claiming that the heliocentrism is wrong and that the motion of the planet around the sun actually makes a vortex. What he actually means is a helix, not a vortex. They're different and more than just a name. They're actually very different physical motions with different properties. You can get helical motions with the particles in the end interacting, like in solar system, but in a vortex, the particles interact through drag and friction. So, in so many words, no, it's not a vortex, Salah. You're wrong. Again. Malachi, wrong again. Debunked. This been debunked. This is old. This is back in 2013. But let me guess, your guy, he was from the 1800s, so I guess this was great science in its time. But I digress. I said, not only was his information debunked, but his teachings and his philosophies was an epic fail. I don't like to speak ill of people. I don't, but I have to. It says, in the summer of 1884, New Bros Holland set out to find the land prophesied in Oahspe. So in Oahspe, they say that and these guys aren't living like this. That's another thing that needs to be mentioned. You're supposed to live in a communal on the land. You're not supposed to be living and going shopping at the grocery store, shopping at Schnucks, Malachi. No, you're supposed to be eating what you grow. That's what you're supposed to be doing according to your book. Since you've been studying for 10 years, have you been informed? Where's your land?
Right. And
Go ahead. What you want to say, Yahven? Go ahead. You can say stuff.
that's where he got that doctrine from this cracker. Like, what kind of nigga walk around eating celery sticks for breakfast, lunch, and dinner all day? We men over here, we eat meat. That's where he got that doctrine from, huh?
This is where the
Hey,
doctrine.
can I say something? Hey, Naphtali, let me say something real quick. Because I'm only saying this because I was called out too. And this is what I'm talking about when I tell people to put intelligent people in the debate room that we had. So a lot of y'all in the comment, y'all don't know what goes on in the debate room. And that's why some of y'all are not in there, because some of y'all don't have the just don't have it. And I'm not trying to be funny. We bring in sources, right? And that's why I write stuff down. The sister opened up with a source, and the source was his own father, right? Or his witness was his own father, saying that he's having sex, spiritual sex with angels. In his own biography, he said that the angels was gently caressing his shoulders, right? And it was ghastly pleasing. All right. So I'm trying to figure out this. This is my question to Cosmo. Let you go in, sis. Question
take it. Take the floor. Take the floor.
Yeah. I want to ask my dear brother Cosmos, because his father was his witness and said that he was having spiritual sex, whatever that means. We in the F.O.P.E audience want to know who was the giver and who was the receiver when he was dealing with them angels behind his backside, rubbing him on the shoulders, right? Then the question was asked, what was his name? And my dear brother Cosmos, you said this, and I'm not coming at you. I'm only going to say what you said. You said that his name is the air, the wind. So I'm trying to figure out, was his air, I mean, when you say the wind, was it a fart? Because I don't understand when you say his name is the wind. What kind of wind? A fart? Because wind, give me a name to it. Right? Some people say hurricane winds, tornado winds. Gas is wind. So when we ask these questions, I'm not trying to be smart in any way, because she's bringing sources and witnesses. Then you ask this question here. You said, well, what's the source to the Torah? Well, all them prophets, Moses, the one you use. What's the source to what's some of the books they got in that book? Thor. Who was the writer, the publisher? Who wrote the book of Thor? Who wrote the book of Jehovah? And don't say it was the wind. It was the air, a fart. We know it was one person, and his witnesses was his daddy. 10 more seconds.
Take your time.
Cosmos, you said this right here, right? No, we got witnesses, right? That the leader of the organization in the 1900s got put in a crazy house. And when she finished, I'm going to have her put that up, got put in a crazy house. Then you talk about, the Bible talks about, well, what about the children? He killed the children. Well, in the 1900s, 12 children died in that cult. Right? And cult only means religion. So exactly. I'm gonna let the sister and Yahven keep banging, but I want to know what kind of fart or wind was that, right? And who was the giver and the receiver when his daddy, his witness, right, said he was making spiritual love or having spiritual love. And then himself, the author of this book, with no source and no witness, said that angels were standing behind him, massaging his shoulders. And if you can find that again, bring that part up again about what the angels were doing and what the angel was doing and his response on them angels caressing his shoulders. We need to know exactly, and I'm being funny here, but let's deal with it. That's a fact.
Well, because it is funny. It is funny. It's very funny. That's why. Hold on, let me see where it's at.
That's what was said.
There it
and
is,
don't
right
just
here.
say, oh, that's bull crap. That's your champ. He, ha, ha. We reading exactly words out of his own mouth. Read it again, sis.
It says, over my head were 3 pairs of hands fully materialized, while behind me an angel stood with hands on my shoulders. My fingers played on the typewriter with lightning speed. I was forbidden to read, and I had written, and I had reached such religious ecstasy that I obeyed reverently.
Ecstasy? What? What was going on with them hands
religious
on the
ecstasy.
shoulder? Ecstasy, right? What is that? Can we get the definition of that real quick? Give me the definition of that. I want to, because his father said he was having spiritual sex.
All right.
So
you want me to go back to that too?
Get it.
Let me leave out of that. Let me leave out of my presentation and go into that. So you said look up ecstasy.
Yeah, I want to know what he's talking about. What is that?
Yeah, let's get the etymology on that.
Yes. And you can come on when the sister finish up and you can explain yourself to them, right? I'll fall back, but I just got a few questions myself. Because my name was called. That's it. Read that.
Overwhelmingly feeling of great happiness or joyful excitement.
Wow.
And an emotional religious frenzy or trance-like state, or one originally involving an experience of mystic self-transcendence.
Come on.
An amphetamine-based, so that's a drug. But yep, that's what it says, an overwhelming feeling of great happiness or joyful excitement.
Because an angel rubbing his shoulders?
He turned that boy
angel
out.
rubbing his shoulders.
Was it the angels that started bringing more now?
He turned
now,
that
I don't
boy
know
out
what's
from
going
spirit.
on. Hands materialized on my shoulders. I'm getting the hell up out of there.
Fact.
All right.
Right.
So,
right.
since you can finish up, but I just had to put that in there because somebody said my dear brother Yahven was being boring. Well, Qanath just put a little more excitement in it, right? Because we like to talk shit.
You cut it anytime you want to while I'm going. You know, it's no big deal. Yahven, Qanath.
I'm enjoying it, sis. You good? I'm enjoying it.
Oh yeah, you know, I ain't gonna play. I don't come to play. I come to slay. Get that?
Exactly.
Hey,
exactly.
I'm the champ for now. Let me stop. Let me get them. Let me stop before they get mad at me.
No, I mean, them just facts. It's facts. So,
yeah, they don't like that. They don't like that.
They get mad. You know, I use that source on purpose. The one with Forbes. I did it on purpose because I wanted them to be like, oh, is she pulling up Forbes? Because they put up nothing and nobody required nothing but them. But guess what? Forbes is a reputable company, reputable that's provide knowledge, reputable. They provide all types of information, but they can't stand next to this man. This is about this man. It had nothing to do with, they don't care what he do. They don't care what he say. They don't care. He's the human master. They don't care about nothing this man does. They're going to continue to teach it. They're going to continue to share it. And they're going to continue to love it. Even though the information's been debunked, even though all he did was go around and plagiarize other people's information, even all those things, but they're going to still wake up or an hour later, go live and say, Oahspe is the truth. And that's embarrassing. But that's probably why we're in captivity today.
Right.
All right. But let me put my presentation back up, guys. You guys can talk. I gotta get myself.
Well, somebody just poured the script on with some of King David and they hugged and they kissed. Well, people do that everywhere. Y'all ever see Italians when they kiss each other on the cheek? you kiss your brother. You ain't ever kiss your brother or your sister or your daddy, and you might cry and hold each other, right? But we talking about a real person here, right? This man talking about somebody came behind. He said it was an angel, but Daddy saw who it was.
Right.
Daddy saw who it was. Daddy said he was having sex.
He walked in on
spiritual sex.
Screwing
Let's go back to that too. Let's go back to what that said.
Screwing a deity. You know what I'm saying?
Here it is, right here. It says, this is the source, Stowe's 1958 too. This is the source, Stowe's 1958 too. And all I did was just take it from this source, but they provide the source as well. But it says here, Newborough's father had no patience with such nonsense and flogged Newborough's for the unholy habit of intercourse with the spirit world.
Oh, hold up. Now, you want to talk about intercourse. Now, we're supposed to bypass that and talk about Black Jesus. We're supposed to bypass that and just talk about anything but daddy, his daddy, right? Said he had intercourse.
Right.
Now we're not worried about that. Let's worry about what he put down in the book.
Right.
Well, don't you want to know what he's getting? I mean, what was really going on there?
This is his autobiography.
And look at Cosmic Cal. This is truly sad.
Put the link in the room, Sam. Put the link in the room. Or Naphtali, y'all put the link in the room and go ahead. You can go back to your presentation. I'm gonna fall back so they can come on here and discuss it. Man, I hope when y'all come on and discuss, somebody can put up a screen or a slide or a source.
All right, yeah, this is set up for the debates. If they want to debate too, that's cool. But let me get to where I was at. 1 second, guys, because I didn't have too much after that. All right, there it is. My computer, it's been acting. Okay, there we go. Okay.
It's all for the debate, y'all. All for the debate, Cosmos. Well, you know we cool. It's all for the debate. We gonna give you all that free advertising.
Cosmo, he can come on right now. We can talk. I'm here. All right, so here it is, guys. And I only got. So I said, hold on. I don't think I was there. Let me go back. There it is. So I said, not only was his information debunked, but his teachings and philosophies was an epic fail, right? So I said, in the summer of 1884, Newborough and Holland set out to find the land prophesied by Oahspe. A number of locations. So this is him actually trying to practice what he preached. So people want to sit back and say, oh, well, think about what the book says or what the book does. Okay, well, this is what he's trying to do. He's actually trying to do what the book does. Have you adopted any orphans? Are you living off of your land? Are you growing your own food? No, I know you're not. And are you going to? Probably not. All right. So it says, in the summer of 1884, Newborough and Holland set out to find the land prophesied in Oahspe. A number of locations from Virginia to Mexico were considered for the colony. With the help of spiritual intervention, the men were led to southern New Mexico near the Rio Grande, and Las Cruces land was purchased on October 4th, 1884 by Holland. It says by the end of that month, Newborough and 20 faithists had moved to Shalom. Although these early colonists were Mrs. Frances Van der Water, who would come to be seen as the mother of Shalom, and her 8-month-old daughter, Justine, Shalom faithists slept in tents until small adobe houses were constructed with the help of 250 New Mexicans from the village. Now, they said these New Mexican neighbors proved to be vital to the survival of the early Shalom. They taught the Shalom faithists about crops. So they had to be taught this. So they weren't provided this by the spirits, right? So they said outdoor ovens were popular in that area. Even with the assistance, the Shalom faithists struggled in these early stages with some dying. Oh, they were dying. In the first winter, due to the harsh living conditions, there was limited access to food brought to the area by infrequent train service. When Holland moved to Shalom permanently in 1885, his focus became feeding the colony. Newborough focused on building the fraternum where the castaway babies would live. All right. Now, they were building this so-called sanctuary or this fraternum, and people were dying as a result of it. Let's just keep going. On December 28, 1885, the Shalom Faithists filed a charter under the name the First Church of Tay, which meant the spiritual man as embodied. Okay. It says those who joined Shalom Colony were required to enter in a holy covenant stating that he or she would not own anything exclusively that could be used by others. The guidelines for Shalom were clearly set out as a start. Anyone who entered into the covenant agreed that she or he would not receive any sort of compensation for his or her contributions, but receive food, shelter, and other necessities. Consistent with their diet, Nubro had adopted before receiving Oahspe, no meat, eggs, cheese, or milk would be consumed in Shalom except for milk for the children under the age of 6. They were supposed to only have 2 meals a day, no alcohol or drugs were allowed. And most importantly, at least 5 orphans were to be adopted each year. Now, they were adopting these children, and like Elder Qanath said, a lot of them died as a result of this. Not their own children, though. None of their children died, but these orphans, they died, unfortunately. Now, they also talked about how you're supposed to bathe once a day. I would think that that's something that everybody knows to do, I would think. All right, so it says between 1885 and 1890, the Faithists Shalom advertised a colony in effort to extract new members from both existing Faithists and new covenants. The restrictions for memberships were that one could not worship any Lord, any God or Savior born of a woman, and whose desires to live is by his wit. So they said that you can worship a God. So they were antichrist, and because Ha Mashayach was born of a woman. So this is the only God that you could not worship. You can worship any other God as long as they weren't as long as they weren't born of a woman. What is that about? Why do they have a problem with Christ? But we understand why. So it says, however, as it has been in the case with religious communities, not all members came to Shalom for sincere reasons. Some were drawn to Shalom for the promise of communal living. So this was a communal living organization, but they didn't last long for once they realized the dedication required of them. There was a lot of dedication required to live like this. And they said that many people who wanted to become Faithists actually do not uphold. So these men are talking about the Oahspe and how they love it, but they do not live the way that it says that you have to live. They don't. So isn't that a hypocrisy there? Or maybe they're working on it. Maybe they work. All right, so they said some arrived in Shalom let's keep going. So they said, although dedicated to caring for orphans and running Shalom, Nubro continued to wake at dawn every morning. He would spend his mornings in a windowless building called the studio, where he would paint portraits of great religious teachers through spiritual guidance. In 1880, now this spiritual guidance didn't help feed these kids. They didn't help fix this communal living situation, but and it sure didn't help him fix this flu that he got. So in 1891, influenza swept through Shalom, killing several members. When Mrs. Newborough fell ill, Dr. Newborough worked to care for her as well as their daughter and the sick orphans, even though he was ill himself. It says most of Shalom residents recovered except for Dr. Newborough. He developed pneumonia and passed away on April 22nd, 1891. Now listen to this part. It said, at the time of his death, the residents of Shalom huddled together in fear of the strange noises and crashings which occurred. So when this man died, strange noises and crashing. I need you guys to comment on that. What the hell was coming out of this man when he died? What was coming out? Who knows?
Who knows? It might have been angels coming out. Who knows? I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, and y'all say, yeah. I mean, my thing is this. I don't understand. Let me make a comment.
I'm done. That's the end of my thing. That's the end of it. I'm done anyway. Go ahead.
Oh, great. Put the link in the room, Yahven or Naphtali. Put the link in the room. This is what I don't get, right? you on the bed. Now I find it shit. She said, this shit weak as phone. I'm out. I'm going to bed. This part, this whatever, right? If it's weak, can you show us one part that's weak? And my brother Cosmos, you said this right in the talk. Said right. Whether I agree or disagree, let's go back when it said. Say, well, y'all don't understand the word of when it said intercourse, and you went up. Intercourse has many different definitions. I can agree to that. But why did you leave out the part where it said sexual intercourse? It's like when a dad said having sex. Right? I mean, what sex? Why do you want to leave out the word sex? You got the word intercourse, but you leave out the word sexual intercourse. Right? My dear brothers say they don't want to talk about what the man believed in. Well, those are sources. What he believed in. Right? And then, by the way, he founded it, right, with some other people, or he founded it, but he was a Mason, but not a third degree Mason. He was a Mason. However, they didn't make it with third degree Mason because they wanted to. His family, if you read like I've been reading, demanded it. Right? And I don't even think he has a tombstone. They didn't respect him as much as even give him that. You know? It says, how does the book say we should live? Well, this is how the book says we should live, Cosmo. The link is in the room. This is what our book tells us how to live, right? It says we should have no other God before him. We all, in Acts chapter 5, verse 29, say we ought to obey God rather than men. Right? So that's what the Bible says. And the Bible also says it doesn't have a mate. A mate. So everything after that, right? The Bible says it don't have a mate. And then it says don't add and don't take away. So this sounds like an addition. I mean, one of the books they have in there is called was it Zeus or what's that character name with the hammer? What do they call him? Thor. Come on, man. Goddamn. Thor? And then we asked who wrote the book Thor. You don't give a clear answer. If we know every book in that the Oahspe was written by that guy. Right? Was written by him. Every book. Just because you put a different name on it, it was all written by him. Because the angels was massaging his shoulders. Right? And it was to him. It was he felt good about it. And that's okay. Whatever floats your boat. Whatever floats your boat. Right? But see, I'm just talking shit. But they didn't talk shit. They brought sources. They brought scripture. Right. And just like my dear brother Black Jesus, unless you would, just like my dear brother Black Jesus came into the debate with Naphtali, jokes don't win all the time.
Right. Or in Cosmic Cal's.
Go ahead. What'd you say?
Or in Cosmic Cal's case, it's just common sense. How do I know? Because I read it. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard. It's common sense for the Bible because we can actually analyze reality and see the curses with our own two eyes. So I guess if I read any book I read, it's common sense and it's true because I read it from front to back.
Hey, Naphtali, let me ask you a question. Real quick, Yahven. Let me ask you a question. What do when you go on a House of Conscience channel, right? And you deal with the Egyptologists, right? And they talk about all when you see all these let me ask you this, Yahven. Let me ask you, Yahven. When you look at all this stuff on the wall, they show.
I'm here, Qanath. I was just waiting on you to talk. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sis.
I'm trying to figure out how to say this polite about it because they always say when you see these penises and all this stuff, and we don't supposed to believe what our eyes saying. They tell us what we're looking at is what they say is what they call it. It's not talking about that. It's I forgot what they saying, man. It's the same thing. They saying the same thing these Egyptologists say. But Don P. Oracle, welcome.
Shalom.
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 Go ahead, sister. You want to say something? The link is in the room. All of y'all was talking. The link is in the room. And look, I showed I'm fair. I'll let you go in, and ain't nobody going to interrupt. We fair over here. See, when y'all was on cross the line, Tazariak and them, while you was talking, Salah, them dudes was playing rock, paper, scissors. While you was talking, laughing, he and ha, wouldn't even say the name right, your name right, or nothing. Right? You go on Sarnetta, you say Sarnetta not biased. Well, I'm not gonna say it's biased, but he believed that the Bible was not true. It's not real. So he would have some form of bias in that aspect of it. He would, period. But you know the main thing for me, and then I'm gonna let y'all go in, I keep on saying, but I gotta say this part, man. I was on Sarnetta, Cross the Line, and maybe another channel. And my brother Salah, I've been doing this for a minute on his channel. But what I find for me, just as a brother, right? I was kind of disappointed. Not because y'all went on the House of Conscience and did your thing. Right? It's the fact that y'all in the F.O.P.E Academic Debate League, and we don't do like they do on them other channels, right? They be in the, I'm just gonna say the channel, like on the Lions Den, they be in the Lions Den, and a lot of them guys that was in the Lions Den, they would go on Sarnetta channel and ditch JJ. I told JJ, I said, man, you should say something, you should let them know, man, goddamn. They just go over there and ditch it, right? Just automatically just start running with Sarnetta and just lead a Lions Den. And then JJ was like, I don't care, but it's about the information. Now, I can't control men. It's not about controlling no man. It's about having respect for the league, right? Not only respect for the league and respect what you believe in and fight what you believe in. So to go on Cross the Line Radio and not to even mention the league that y'all in, I mean, y'all still in it, you know that, but not to mention the league that you're representing as the top scholar league, academia league that's dealing with us. You know, I mentioned my dear brother Mally channel, which is great. I love my brother Mally, but y'all ain't even mention the league because Sarnetta called me and said, man, who's that brother that was on y'all's show? Remember, y'all was on our show first. Not Sarnetta, not Cross the Line, not Lions Den. Y'all was on F.O.P.E. Right? And I thank Mally for that. And then we created the league. So just like you said in the room, you know, y'all kicking their ass over there. Keep representing what you're doing over there, but represent the league too. But now, right now, get your ass over here on this damn line, right? Because you called us out. Stay out the damn comment board, right? Don't F.O.P.E around. Don't F.O.P.E around. You got the champ in the house. You got champions on the line right now. Go ahead, Oracle. All that, man.
Shalom, elder. Shalom to the panel.
Shalom, sis.
I wanted to say that I don't know if they know, but John Newborough is a part of a spiritual awakening that occurred in the 19th century. He is not one of one. He is one of many.
Yep.
Let me begin. 1879, Mary Baker invented the Christian Science. 1879, Charles Taze Russell created the Zion Watchtower, which later became known as the Jehovah's Witness. 1830, Latter-day Saints with Joseph Smith. And when was that book written? In 18 what? 81?
I believe it was written in 81, Oracle. I believe that's when it was written, yes.
So he's actually a part of this awakening. And before he wrote anything or before he had any type of spiritual awakening, he was a part of a spiritual movement called the Domain.
That's right.
And before that, he studied Zoroastrianism. He studied Egyptian mysticism. He studied Buddhism, Christian Gnosticism. And mind you, he didn't get his spiritual awakening until after he left the domain, not before. That's telling. After you said amongst all these, whatever you want to call them, amongst all these different beliefs and all these different communities, then the angels start talking to you, not before. That's very telling. After you done went through about 7 or 8 different spiritual systems, now you come up with the Oahspe. Give me a break. He's not one of one. He's one of many. You might as well be a Seventh-day Adventist. I mean, they're only a couple years apart. He's not the end-all be-all. And then they want to call him the creator. Well, I've looked and I've read, y'all also call him Jehovah, but y'all use the I instead of the A. Where did you get that from in the Oahspe? John Newborough spoke English. So where did that name Jehovah come from? You borrow from the preceding religions. That's all I had to say.
That's exactly what it is. And that's what I mentioned earlier. He went to China, he went to Egypt, he went to India, he studied their religions.
Yes.
And then it tells you in his autobiography that he took from those beliefs and he put them in his book. And all he did was take out the stuff. I mean, it's like they want to say, well, our book doesn't talk about sucklings and all this kind of stuff. Well, yeah, because he took the best of it because he was able to just take the good parts that he wanted and then discard the bad.
Right. I wrote.
What he considered as bad. And also, I just want to say this is that what also I found interesting is the fact that this man is he did nothing. His information is wrong.
Can I read an excerpt?
Oh, or if you can have the floor. Go ahead.
I'm going to come back with this source. I'm on the phone, but I wrote it down. It's in his autobiography, his little biography about his life. When the spiritual movement took off in the middle of the century, John Newborough was one of its most active participants. For 2 years, he was a member of the domain, a spiritualist colony of New York. Newborough had been attracted to the group because of its advocated for progressive ideas. Listen to what I'm getting ready to say. Advocated for progressive ideas. You want to figure out why they love him so much, which mirrored his own, including the promotion of race mixing and abolition of national governments. I'm done with it. Now you figure out why they love him so much. He advocated for race mixing.
Hey, Cosmos, hold on. Hey, Cosmo. Hey, Don, you can go. Come on, right now, say this. Hey, Cosmo, you talked to Treasure about King Judah, bro. Right now, he's on the plantation right now. I'm sure, But you said you got. Hey, I'm sure you got some women over there for King Judah. Well. It's 2 sisters right here waiting on you, Cosmos. Come on, my dear brother.
I'm familiar with New Age religion. I'm familiar with all of it, from Madame Blavatsky to Newborough. I'm familiar with it all. And I'm pretty sure if I go to Barnes & Noble, I can find the Oahspe in the New Age religion section, because that's what it is. It's considered New Age. Right along with L. Ron Hubbard, right along with Madame Blavatsky, right along with Charles Taz Russell, them crackers down there in Waco, Texas, the one in California telling people cut their shanks and stuff off. John Newborough is right along with the rest of them. He's not one of one. He's one of many.
Hey, listen, Cosmo, you said this right here real quick. Cosmo said, hey, Don, I want you to answer this for me. Cosmo said, if something about we're not being heard, why we got a lot of Israelites following us? What would you have to say about? What you got to say about that, Don?
Well, I will say this to Cosmos.
Cosmo.
It's Cosmos, right? I don't see
Cosmo.
Cosmo. Okay, I don't see brother up on the deck, but like my nephew say, a whole lot of talking make it seem real. Now, if you really had something to say and you had a position to defend, you get your butt up on deck. But you just got you're a keyboard warrior. So come on up here and get spanked like we did your master, your teacher. Come on up here and we're going to talk about, what's it called? What?
Oahspe.
A waspy. A wasp hornet nest. A wasp net. That's a wasp net. You
Cosmo, come on,
poke
man.
that sucker.
Bro, you're not getting offended. It's what you're going to watch.
You poke that sucker, and it's going to become these little agents of death that's mentioned in our prophecy. If you don't know something about that, yeah, it's going to be hornets coming for you, bruh, with teeth like irons and so forth. You better pay attention, because what's going down is what's happening, man. Let me ask you a question, Cosmos. Have you looked into Euphrates, bruh? Have you looked? We deal with the word. Like my man, like my nephew say, we go out the word. We go out the word. Once the Most High, and that's even in the word, once he woke us up, it's on and cracking, bruh. The clock is running now.
That's right.
He said to Ezekiel, son of a damn, can these dry bones live again?
Put the link in the room, y'all. Y'all come in the room. Everybody is open
Can I
platform.
add
Everybody
something?
come in the room. Go ahead, Or.
Go ahead, Nisi.
And to add on to what me and Naphtali were saying, when that book came out, his peers called him a crackpot. That's why this is so quote unquote new to everyone, because no one picked up the book and followed him. It went nowhere. They called him a crackpot.
Fast. I wish I had some bombs to drop right there. You won't
Can I let me back? Can I let me back?
That's why he never got a church. He didn't become as popular as the Latter-day Saints and all that, because everyone called him a crackpot.
Can I let me back?
His science is wrong. His science is wrong. I mean, it's one thing, like I said, I look at a lot of information. You know, the Egyptians, their science is on point for the most part. A lot of these different so-called ancient civilizations, their information is on point. This man's nothing that this man says is correct. They sit up here talking about vortexes. Only thing vortexes, you showing hurricanes and tornadoes. Those things destroy. They don't create. What's wrong with you? Hit the link.
Please come up, because we like to have a conversation.
Yeah, please come up here, because we got some questions.
We intellectuals. So we gonna have a discord and a conversation with you. We ain't gonna beat you up too bad.
Let me take a quote out of the Oahspe and see can I get them to come on. This is a quote from the Bible. Maybe this will make them come on. Abracadabra.
I'm dead.
Now that's in the Oahspe Bible. Abracadabra. Now you should appear. Right? That's in the book now.
But y'all want to talk about something being false and going by some, but where do y'all get these names from? And I see how he tweaked Elohim. He took the H out of the I out of something, man, because you borrowed. It's okay to say you borrowed, but don't come up here and be like the Aquarian gospel of Jesus Christ, man. You plagiarized it. Then he went to 10 different places and plagiarized. Like, where do you get Jehovah from? He speaks English. Newborough, I mean, his people come from what, Wales or somewhere? His dad's family come from Britain. Like, where do you get Jehovah from?
Let me back.
You speak English.
Okay, hold on. Let me answer the sister question here. She says, we don't follow Salah. Who following Salah or Cal? Did I miss something? Because the panel hasn't explained the wickedness in the Bible. The wickedness in the Bible. All y'all talking about is okay. This is how we're going to explain it, right? We're going to explain it by one thing here first. It said the Bible. It's not a Bible, right? The Bible that we read, it says don't add, don't take away, and don't have a mate. That's one way we explain that, right? We asked for the Bible that we read. It says you're supposed to have witnesses, right? This book has no witnesses. Well, to my knowledge, only witness has his father that said he was having sex with spirits. Right? Even himself said it was like euphoria when the angels gave him a massage. And I'm only being facetious on purpose to try to bring some humor to this, because it's, quite frankly, it's an abomination, right? Right? Diabolical. All right. So
I mean, they got to understand. This guy wrote this text because he was disillusioned with the church. His people were English. What happened to what there was a religious split that happened in Europe. He was disillusioned with the church. That's why he wrote the book.
Right.
He said it.
Right.
I'm sorry. Oracle.
Go ahead, Oracle. Finish what you were saying.
No, but they're saying like it's the end all be all. No, you have to understand what, why, who, and where. What happened? He said it. He went to the church and he was dissatisfied and disillusioned. So guess what? Why not create my own book and put in everything that I believe? That's all he did. That's no different than Madame Blavatsky. That's no different than L. Ron Hubbard. That's no different than Charles Taze Russell or that beast down there in Waco. Got all those people killed, or the one in the Church of God and whatever over there in California who told people they were only going to get to heaven if they chop off their male parts. There's no difference. He comes out of that.
Okay, let me answer this real quick, Don. I'm reading. She said Lot sexing his daughters on some Henny twice. Okay, now let's deal with that real quick. That was wicked as shit, right? The two daughters was off, right? So I'm trying to figure out what this, what I realize people do when they trap, then they try to figure out stuff about the Bible, the one that we read. We're not talking about the one we reading. We talk about the one that you guys read. So, and I'm not saying that y'all following the brothers, but the Bible don't talk about the Bible that we read. Don't talk about the Oahspe Bible. It don't have the book of Thor in there. It don't have the book of Jehovah. Anybody know no books in there? It don't have none of the books in our Bible, right? All of the names that they made up, but the names that from the Bible is in that book. To me, no disrespect, like y'all disrespect our God and book and all that. No disrespect, but I'm gonna say it in this way: it does not have the foundation, meaning a base. Is the base only go back to the 1800s? And you
it go back to their God, Newborough.
Right, the Hebrew is a dead language. Well, what language?
What God is Oracle Newborough.
Go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
No, I was just adding to what
this what I'm saying.
God is their man. That's who they're
They're talking about. But why are you using the same titles of the God of Israel in the Bible? You're still using the names in the Oahspe. You say Elohim and you say Jehovah. Why are you adopting the titles?
Yeah, he did say that.
I always like, I lay back because, I believe my sister should go first. And so I always yield the floor to my sisters. But there are some points that I want to make because they're more than relevant. Now, I just got my second volume. This is a 2 of 2. I'm waiting for the first one to come, so I don't want to dive into it. But this, the volumes that I got is called The Missing Link, or, and this is in the title as well, or Anglo-Saxons, the 10 tribes of Israel. So when the queen died, a lot of this revelation the Most High gave to me, and then he gave me these sources, so I can't wait to dive into it. But when I was talking about the other day about the right to rule, this is where that goes into it. And I'm waiting for another book to come from India that talked about what happened after the original foundation of the called out assembly, the Qur'an, what happened and how they started changing everything in the 3rd and 4th century. or was it the 4th century? Yeah, 4th century. Because y'all already know that have a bigger global understanding, Constantine and all that stuff. That was all 4th century. But it's like everybody is playing for our position. This is crazy. This is all I've been seeing over the last couple of days. Everybody is fake Jake. And then you got other fools that are just deceived.
Well, let me say this. This is how I look at that Oahspe book. Right? I look at it just like any theoretical book that somebody may write, like Chris Rock might write a book, tell you know what, this is how I live my life, and you should live yours this way. That's how I look at it, right? But we're dealing with spirituality here, right? We're dealing with phenomenons, right, that was spoke about in the Bible that has been proven, right? We deal with what we call prophecy. Right, I forgot who it was. I asked that question about prophecy, and they say they don't believe in prophecy. Right, I'm just trying. Even the book that we read, Christ, right? He had disciples. Moses and the others. No one man does nothing on a massive scale to deal with the whole world.
It's all by the hand, and you know the thing about it is, this is what I wanted to make the link to, Doc. Is this whole replacement theory has been for so long because everybody has got the eyes on the prize. And the prize is to be the kings and the priests of this world. And no other nation out of the 70, I know y'all think it's a whole bunch. Y'all count the UN. Y'all think it's a bunch. No, it's only 70 nations in this world. And we were the last nation to be made.
Exactly.
And the first, hey, guess what? The last is going to be first, bro.
Hey, Don, let me say this real quick. Hey, sis, please, let me read this comment real quick. And y'all comment on it. Says, see the information that would have. Please come on, Takiva. We having fun here. Nobody would expect to say, see the information that would have made a difference if the wickedness in the there we go. If the wickedness in the Bible wasn't there, and the fact that our Hebrew brothers have nothing to say except, oh, okay, it's okay to kill children. One, let me start with the first one real quick. See the information that has been made a difference, would have made a difference is talk about the wickedness. Well, the Bible in Leviticus talk about what's wicked and what's good. Deuteronomy speaks about the reason why we went into captivity because we didn't follow the scriptures, right? And I think the problem you're messing up as sister, this is the major problem. Acts chapter 5, verse 29. It says we ought to obey God rather than men. You said the Bible wasn't there, and the fact that our Hebrew brothers have nothing to say except, don't worry about the Hebrew brothers saying, I'm going to use y'all. Or what some people say, just read it. Just read it. Go read the Bible for yourself and stop listening to Hebrew brothers and read it for yourself and get to understand it. Go ahead, sis.
I wanted to say,
so out there, sister, come on.
I wanted to say there's always a link. I've been seeing for years, and all I did was like a 2-minute search, and the link with Newborough is there with all the new age religions that have come out of the 18th and 19th century. The founders always go to Egypt or somewhere in Africa. They always go somewhere in South Asia, and they always go somewhere in around China, around the Buddhists. That's the link. And Newborough has the same link that all of the other new age. That's all really what I was waiting to see. Like, he's no different. And if they did their research, they would see that he's no different than Blavatsky, because she did the exact same thing. Went amongst the Africans, went amongst the South Asians, and went amongst the Buddhists or Taoists or whatever they want to call them, and took and pulled and then compiled and then mixed their own little beliefs in there, and wrapped it up. Oh, the Oahspe, the word of God. I mean, it's no different. I don't understand how they're so deceived. I don't get it. They think he's really one of one.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Don, you fell off. you want to say something? Sister Link is in the room. We're reading. I'm gonna fall back when you come in here. Let y'all have a conversation.
Yeah, I just want to say this. Nobody wants to be rude to anyone. This is a time and a place to come in and have an actual civilized conversation. Utilize your sources. You can go through academia. I am not the type of person. I do not utilize any foul languages, and I barely even raise my voice. So this is the time for you guys to come on and say how you feel, and we can hash it out, and we can dialogue it. The thing is that the Bible is the book that showcases the good, the bad, and ugly of all. It's not that book that you guys are reading. He took away those. He took away the truth. That's reality. The reality is that there is a time for peace. There's a time for war. What was that you were saying, Yahven? You were saying there's a time. It's a time for all of that. Now, as a result, do we want to see children or anything like that? As a result, the Most High doesn't want to see that, but that's just the result, because the wages of sin is death. That's just how it is. It's the laws. And the thing is it's unfortunate, but everybody is going to die. But he's going to come back and he's going to restore, and he's going to replenish the earth and fix everything back. But you guys don't seem to want to understand that. You want to live in a false reality, a fairy tale under false pretenses. That's not how life really is. But if you want to go on, Yahven, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just agreeing with you, sis. And you know, these niggas talking points on the last time they was on the show was just ridiculous. Like, I think it was that nigga Cosmic Cow. He had the most ridiculous talking points. He was saying some shit like, "Oh well, you know, the Oahspe, it got Moses in it, it got Abraham in it. You know, we can go prophet for prophet. What y'all ain't on that? We got all that in it too." And I'm like, but it's a lie. It's a contradiction. Like, it's just silly. It's silly to me, you know.
Hey, my dear sister said this right here, right? Tekiva, you said, I tried to grow a sweet potato in my closet, falling behind the Bible. My mother beat my ass for getting roaches infested. Well, the Bible teaches us, it says, I thought as a child, right? So you were a child, right? But now we're not children. We don't think like that. Somebody remember that scripture, man. I can't say it all the way, but it talks about how we thought as a child, but we don't think like children no more. Now, if I put a sweet potato in the closet, right, and roaches came because I put a sweet potato in the closet, I don't think my mother would have beat my ass, because she knew I was a child. And that's what childs do. They leave candy on the floor, right? Grown men they kick off their shoes, they toilet seat up, right? I understand the fact that you talk about that's what the Bible said about a sweet potato. Now, I don't know how true it is, because a lot of times what people do, they don't do what we do. They talk, but we give sources and scriptures. We do all that. You just said because you read the Bible told you to grow a sweet potato in the closet. Show me where it said told you personally to go put a sweet potato in the closet and watch it grow. And that's the type of stuff I'm talking about, my dear. When we speak like this, I'm trying to find out what's the logic. I know baby was being funny, you know, but what's the logic behind that? Because they brought out articles, sources, his daddy word. Hey, Sham, I'm trying to get somebody in the room. I see somebody trying to come back in the room or come in the room, and my screen is kind of frozen. So if you could put them in the room for me, there they go, darn it. Thank you. But come in the room, sis Dawn, and went out and came back in, and Lincoln's in the room. So you can come in the room. There's no excuses. And when you come in the room, I'm going to be quiet because people say I'm not, so I'll be that right now. But I want y'all to go. I'm falling back now.
I like how cute. You know what, Q? I'm liking the position you're taking. I'm liking how you're evolving, and how you're in that evolution. Now you created another space, and so I can't wait to see how that goes. I think it's going to be a beast. And I think starting we're gonna need a whole lot of help, and Weezy one too, because it's gonna be a beast. I think you're a brother of wisdom, because you're starting to see where the problems are, and before you get to that point where it's a problem, when the overseer comes in, you're seeing that down the road, and you're like, okay, we need to do some separation things here. And you know, it was just the Most High talking to me about you and about what you're doing, and just watching you, man. I'm about to launch my stuff, man, and I've invested. I was listening to you. I had to back up, Q, and listen to it a couple times so I heard what the brother said correctly, because you said your wife got you one. I'm waiting for mine. It's supposed to come. I'm waiting. I'm on UPS because niggas where I live steal. So I'm trying to get that. And we gonna launch the studio, man, because you know what? Like you told somebody else earlier, you got a voice. You got something to say. Why ain't you saying it? And so that's very inspirational. But the other thing is, what you're doing is you are also leading by example. You're setting the forum up for things, and you stepping back and going, okay, I did what you told me to do, so now I'm just going to see what happens. What you going to do with this? And, you know, the Most High has surrounded you with enough crown jewels of the kingdom that you ain't got to be up on the neck of everything. You already know. Based on your integrity, the person you are, the history to speak, the truth that you speak, you have a whole army around you that is dedicated to Yahushua Ha Mashayach as our king.
Hey, let me say something, Don, real quick. I gotta say this.
Yes, sir.
This is very important to me because this somebody tried to destroy my character, right?
Yes.
And I won't speak on it because a lot of people don't even know about it, but I'm gonna speak on it anyway because I don't hide shit from nobody, right? Everybody know Jesus got whipped by Naphtali. I mean, whipped off the frame, right? I don't give a shit how nobody feel about it. Got whipped. I love my brother.
Like a redhead stepchild.
Got his ass whipped, and hopefully he come back and redeem himself. He got his ass whipped. All right. So what Black Jesus did is he went on that show. He went on Sarnetta show. He went on He called me 20 times. He was going in all the chats, putting up
crying.
saying all kind of shit, videos, saying all kind of stuff, asking me go look at this, asking me to look at that, and I said, brother, goddamn, stop texting me. I showed my brothers and sisters that's on this chat, they my witnesses, like the Bible tells us they had 2 or 3 witnesses. I showed it to them, right? And he called me, kept calling me, and then I said, bro, why you doing that shit harass me? He said, yeah, I am harassing you, and we laughed about it and we talked, and we said, cool. So you know what I did? I went because I got tired of seeing on my Facebook all these goddamn ding, 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 ding coming up, and all I kept saying was Black people, right? Talking about the damn debate that was 3 weeks old. I said, man, keep doing this shit because I'm in charge of these rooms. I'm gonna remove the admin because they not taking care of this shit. So I removed all the admin. I ain't delete the channel. So what I did is I contacted one of my dear sisters. I'm not gonna mention her name, and she and Black Jesus was in charge of a room that I'm in, right? His messenger thing. I told Black Jesus, I said, I'm gonna get you back. So I said, hey sis, make the admin just for fun on his messenger. We're only got 20 people that's members of it. I said, I'm gonna take him out of it and make fun of him, and then I'll put him back in. She said, okay. But what got me is, she said, well, she didn't want to have no conflict because she loved me, Black Jesus, and J7000. So she text message and gave it to JJ. So I talked to her, I said, why would you do that? She said, well, because I love you, JJ, and Black Jesus. That's why I sent to him. I ain't want no conflict. And me and I told her I was speaking about, and I told her she can come on the platform. So I would ask the listening audience, right? Was I wrong? Because I was getting bad. But hold on,
I'm glad you asked me that question.
I'm almost done, I promise. Was I wrong?
Okay,
Put a 1, or was it all right what I did, a 2? And she said, well, Qanath, you did say you was playing. But here's what I have.
She
talking about Black
she
Jesus.
has to understand.
I was talking about Black Jesus. Why you shit the DJ? Go ahead,
Naphtali, go ahead. There's a woman. Go ahead and speak on Naphtali.
So Salah said my name. I watched it on Sinetter, talking about he was saying my name, talking about he calling me out, and I'm hearing him live right now. I wonder where he at.
I don't know.
Where he at? Where he at?
I thought you were gonna speak on this. I'm trying to get my mind back into what Qanath was talking about. I'm trying to get my mind. No, I was trying to get my mind back on where you was at, because that was a question that you asked me, and so I was just trying to regather my thoughts, because I get cerebral on this stuff, and we're like, okay, well, what kind of deal is they trying to play? So tell me, who again are the players, Qanath?
Well, the players is brother Cosmo and Salah. That they my bros. They're now the big league, and I'm just kind of curious why they're not coming on. I mean, y'all bros went on.
Comment that you just made.
I don't even want to. I shouldn't have asked y'all that. I just want to get that out there. People who know, and I'll talk to you offline about it. But Cosmo, Salah, like what's going on? Why y'all not on here? Is Flintstone was more interesting than the Solosky Bible? Let's try to figure out what's really going on.
I'm saying this. I didn't came on here. I didn't took time to talk about this. He didn't say my name. I didn't went live. After tonight, don't mention my name. Don't say nothing, because I'm not coming on nobody's nothing. I'm not doing nothing, because I'm here right now. That's what I got to say.
There we go. There we go, right here, live and direct. The champ. Hold on, let me hype this thing up. The champ is in the damn house, right? We got 2 sisters up here and 2 brothers up in here. Like I said,
why nobody hit the link? I'm confused.
Exactly. I'm like, what's going
They're
on?
not gonna hit the link. They exposed. Their pants down. They're not gonna hit the link, and none of these sisters neither, because they don't want the smoke.
Oracle said the sisters don't want no smoke either.
They'd have been hit the link.
If our sisters are handling these
because
men,
Qanath,
what do you think
right. They be in the chat and they chat you down.
How are they supposed to come?
But you ask them to come on and nobody comes on. They'll type you to that though.
But Oracle, this is what I'm saying. If they men won't come on who forbid their women from speaking, how they women gonna come on?
Don P, hold on, Don P.
Yes, sir.
Hold on. Hey, Takeem, hold on. Damn, the chat is going fast. Hey, sis, I'm gonna put this on if I can, because you said this right here, and I think it's very important, because I'm trying to see. Now, you said, can somebody read that? Because my screen, okay, it says, I see now what you said, Qanath. I asked a serious question trying to see both sides to understand, and y'all being disrespectful in the chat. I have never showed any disrespect to anyone in the chat. Okay, I don't know what's going on in the chat, right? So, the chat, y'all be going back and forth in the chat. Don't take it to heart. Right now, don't worry about the chat. Come on the live and talk to Naphtali, and then Salah, and
because last week they was disrespectful to us.
Oh yeah, very disrespectful. They
very
called out
disrespectful.
God. Yeah, they talk about we beat your God and all that type of stuff. So
don't get humble now.
Can nobody say nothing? I mean, come on. You said the Bible told you to ask people potatoes in the closet. You got to ask them for it. That's the down the Bible. I mean, everything that you were saying about the Bible, respect, right? Now you saying you basically don't want to come on because the chat is being disrespectful. That's called a strong man argument policy. You want to go to something else. We're not talking about the King James Bible. We're not talking about the Tanakh. We're not talking about this. We're talking about the Oahspe Bible. That's what we're talking about.
She was disrespectful in the chat too, talking about the contradictions in it. She was disrespectful. I read her comments. You don't want the smoke. Go tend to your dog. Period.
Deal with the sisters. I'll fall back. The chat. The right now, I'm starting to see. Hey, I'm starting to them because it seems like y'all running from the sisters and the brothers. You said you want that's your champ and all of the champ is here. Right, and we passed this on so the conversation could be brought up, and we passed it on. House of Conscience jumped on it, right? Nobody was standing up and ready to go against y'all, right? So you called F.O.P.E members out, so they here. They've been here for 2 hours and 45 minutes, and they watch this. You mentioned disrespect. I'm gonna show you the ultimate disrespect. When somebody's giving a presentation. And people trying to listen to the presentation, my dear sister, right? In all respect, why would you make negative comments about the Bible? Somebody doing that presentation, right? How come when my brother Yahven was giving the presentation, somebody said, "Oh, this is boring." What they supposed to say? Girl, start yelling and cursing and all that. We can't be civilized, so-called black people, and have an academia conversation. Naphtali's here waiting. Let's not be an excuse alike. Right? Or come out and let's not be make excuses. Get on here. And
Nabdeezy in the chat won't send him the link. You see what he just said?
Who said what?
Look at Nabdeezy. He been talking greasy since he been in here, but he won't get on. He won't hit the link neither. They all scared.
What they say about me, Qanath? You said they said what?
Wow.
They said,
Swagger Jacker. Wow.
Yeah, he been talking like that since he been here.
Okay, you know what? This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give you.
Yeah, where's Sanetta at? Where's all this? Weren't they talking?
The God of Israel precedes John Newborough. That's why you got Jehovah and your Oahspe. Sit down, take several seats. Ain't both one teacher up here in this Naphtali right now.
Hey, Nap Dizzy, come on the show, man. You know, hold on. The dude that wrote that Oahspe Bible, we didn't bring out everything. It's like 4 or 5 books that he plagiarized. That's a swagger. Come on, man.
Yeah, he mentions Osiris. He mentions Osiris in there. He talks about how Osiris he was ruling over some people. It's like, why is Osiris in this Bible? He just made a whole.
All them New Age
even
authors do the same things.
No angels are ordained that bad. He just wrote that stuff. He made it up on the top of his head. It just sounds so ridiculous. And the fact that people believe in it, it just makes me laugh. Like, come on, y'all. I get it.
They might as well go and follow Aleister Crowley because he did the same thing. Aleister Crowley did the same thing.
I already know. Cuz, let me get you in my radar, bro. Let me get you in my cross build. Where you at, nigga? Where you at? Oh, where you at?
Well, hey, this is what we're going to do because I'm tired of talking trash. I see what's really going on, and I tried. Nobody really want to debate folk. You know, everybody was talking about the Black Jesus and Naphtali debate, and everybody talk shit. But she said, okay, bring your ass, let's go. Oh, I don't want to do it on that channel. Oh, no, I don't want to debate women. Oh, she lost. Oh, nobody will step up.
No, he called my name. He specifically called my name. I watched him say it. He said Nepal, and then he said Naphtali. So Naphtali's right here. She's ready, Salah. She's willing, and she's ready to go in. Let's go.
It seems like they all left the chat.
Damn.
I would leave the chat too once they realized that they was fornicating with the spirits and no, what
Right.
was not fornicating? What was the word? It was intercourse.
Sexual intercourse.
Right.
And let me ask you a question. I don't know. Hey, Don, I don't know about science. Maybe you answer if you know about science. Is there any air in space? Wind?
No.
So how can
okay? So the thing about it is this:
it was created by the winds, the wind, the most high blew the wind, or wind, air was in space or something like that. A big fart.
Yeah.
No.
I actually think that outside of this first heaven, we don't have what is required to exist up to, the 11th heaven. I want y'all to think about some stuff real seriously. When they put stuff out, it is not for your entertainment. It is for your indoctrination and your preparation. So when they had that television show, now Qanath will remember this. Naphtali and them may not, because they ain't where we are. Remember that television show, 11th Heaven, Qanath?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Why you telling
That's some real stuff.
Oh, and then you gonna tell my age? I should have said no.
Because we're supposed to speak. As elders, we're supposed to speak what we know. So that the younger generations, that's what we got failed. We got tripped up. And I'm gonna be talking a lot about that kind of stuff on my channel, with some not new information.
What's your channel, Don? What's your channel?
It's L7. So we got L7 News, which is gonna be talking about current events. We're gonna be doing stuff in the field. I got my field rigs and all that stuff. And then L7 Media is going to be more geared towards this life right here and our identity and who we are, and really, linked in with F.O.P.E on that level. But also I want to be linked in with, F.O.P.E on the news too, because I'll be talking about the fulfillment of prophecy. Even as I brought out, the Euphrates River drying up, and it's like, oh, okay. And what's going on with Russia and China? Okay. So I want to be involved in that.
Hey, Don, interrupt. I'm kind of disappointed, man, because we heard the intro and now we have a no-show. Now,
them niggas mute.
It was the chat was blazing. Then after the presentation, nothing. Now, this is what I did. And I commend Salah, but right now, brother, you supposed to be over here in the ring. And now Salah may have an excuse. I didn't know y'all was live. But Cosmon, you have none. You was here. And I know people talk a lot of stuff, but when they hear that educated, smart black woman speak, and when it's time to jump in that ring, all that shit talking stops, don't it? Because when they see that woman got a bark and she bites, right? When they see the bark, or when they hear the bark, right? And they hear the way she speaks, and she understands the Bible, and she goes into not philosophies, but sources, academia sources, right? On a college level, anthropology, when she goes into all these things, all the jokes don't work no more, right? All the Richard Pryor shit, Paul Mooney shit don't work no more. Because now you gotta speak and bring out the evidence. Now excuses. Oh, I was disrespected. Or y'all don't know shit. That's clown stuff. Oh, he too slow. He's boring. Well, Qanath not boring. I'm talking shit. So now I hype it up, get on here and deal with him. See?
Eloquent.
Yeah, go ahead, Oracle.
I wanted to ask you, why did you ask that question
What was the question?
about air?
Oh, well, I was they said gases because he said the creator blew gas. And I'm trying to figure out where the gas come from.
Oh,
Because we asked, the question was, what was his name? And he said his name is the gases.
wow.
So I'm being facetious, said what, a big fart?
Q, I was just getting ready.
Was
that one of the big bean ones?
What you say, Walker? You crazy.
John Newborough got about 7 names that he, and Jehovah and Elohim are 2 of the names. So why don't they stick with creator? But John Newborough names a couple of names, not just the creator. So that begs the question, where did he get his information from? Because he spoke English. Elohim and Jehovah, isn't that supposed to be Hebrew? So John Newborough was a linguist now? That goes down a whole other rabbit hole. That's why I wanted one of them to get up here. Because language is my thing.
Because the thing about it is, that J was an accounting term until about 500 years ago under the Roman alphabet, which was the predicate to English. So, God, where you getting this J from? And that goes back to the whole Jehovah, that goes back to the Jesus, that goes back to all that.
It does. Hey, yeah, let me ask you this question right here, bro. Mm-hmm. How come when we ask, they put in comments, but we ask questions like, they will say, well, answer the thing about God, talking about y'all talking about killing children. But when we bring, hey, Naphtali, look in the chat and pull up that article on, if you can share the screen, pull up that article on 12 children dying, dealing with the Oahspe faith, right? They had a whole big old camp. Vortex, get your ass on here too, because you all up in the whirlwind. I see you, see what's going on. We know you're looking. But we just done a little on it. So if you can come here and explain the Oahspe Bible, right? And it's 3 questions, and then you can ask us a question. But we trying to figure out why nobody's showing up to the program. But the question, Yahven, was this: how come we ask them questions, they don't answer about the 12 children that they let starve to death?
Right.
Right, and the other question is, how come their leader got put in the crazy house?
Well, this is why, because when they read the Oahspe and the blasphemous shit that goes on behind the creator of the book, they know it's wicked, so they turn around and try to project that onto the Bible. They try to look for instances in the Bible that they can project it onto, and then turn around and say that it's the Bible that's wicked and not the Oahspe. That's why they chose that debate topic, which book is more wicked, so they can alleviate what's really wicked about the Oahspe and project it on the Bible. It's a weak tactic. I saw right through it.
The link is in the room.
They can't answer the question because John Newborough, their God, is dead. Only he can answer the question because he founded their religious system, and that's what it is. And it's okay, but just admit the truth, because that book don't go prior to the author, period. But other religion systems do, and you can tell clearly where he borrowed from. He borrowed from a little bit of everywhere. He's been everywhere.
Yeah. Yes, sis. It's just like the Mormons and Joseph Smith and his brothers. They basically built their Book of Mormon, off of the Messianic tenets, and that's why he got whacked. And so, and then he brought in that whole doctrine with the Native Americans, and oh my goodness, I was watching some other stuff today, and that whole One West doctrine gave credence to what these fools were saying, and you got our people believing all kinds of delusions. And so, yeah, that 2/3 thing, that's kind of real based on what we're watching folks believe.
Don, I don't want to interrupt, but I'm reading the comments.
Sir.
Forever Food said John Newbrough also killed a woman in 1872. If you can put
yes, he did. I read that in the same article. Mm-hmm.
Wow. But you will tell us thou shalt not kill. But the context of thou shalt not kill is talking about we shouldn't kill our own. Right? We're not supposed to kill our own.
Murder.
Right.
Murder.
Right.
Murder.
Mm-hmm.
We're not supposed to murder. That's the thing. That's what K. Judah was getting up, that's what the Neff was getting at in his broadcast earlier today. There is a difference, and there is when y'all translate to English, you may have one word, but in our language, it's 9 different words. Like the word love. How many different translations? And you know what? I'm not even going to play games because those who know. And we ain't going to even play with y'all. Y'all go figure it out on your own. We ain't got time for that.
So, Vortex, you don't believe in the Oahspe Bible? Because I don't know. You said I ain't heard no real critique of what us actually written in the book yet. That's poor review. I don't understand what you were trying to write there, brother. The link is in the room. You can come on. The link is in the room. You can come on. Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, it's just cool. Now, it's like anybody that wants to talk to us, come up and have a conversation with us. We don't bite. We are vicious.
No. Yes, we do.
We are vicious.
We bite. I ain't gonna lie. We bite like yo. That shit hurt. That shit hurt. I'm trying to tell you. I'm letting you know. We bite and the shit hurt. We drawing blood. Nah, we gonna tell you the truth. We bite and it hurts.
What I meant to say was, okay, we bite. We're civilized. We're civilized. We'll let you sit down at the table. But if you bring us a bunch of malarkey, the prey just waiting for the slaughter because we're going to destroy you in your doctrine because you know what? You can't tell us nothing.
Well, this is what we're going to
do.
We're watching. Don, this is what we're going to do. Neff, champ, you can do whatever you want to do. I don't think right now we was about to really hype this thing up. Y'all just don't know what we was about to do to try to get this debate going. Now, I don't. People
you
just
don't need
talking.
to read the text.
The only thing the debate is worth it. And Vortex, man, bro, that's why I know you don't believe in the Bible. Like you said, you said. I mean, you have not read anything from the book itself to dispute. Now, that's what I'm saying, bro. How are you going to say nobody hasn't read anything from the book? And that's a lie. We actually heard them quote some of the stuff.
I just disputed the whole freaking talk about this vortex creating the universe. What are you talking about? I just debunked all that. It was science. It's been debunked. Our universe, our solar system is not a vortex. I just debunked their whole creation. Did you watch? Go away. Our galaxy is not a vortex. I utilize an astrophysicist as well as an astronomer with a PhD who works for NASA under the Hubble telescope. Damn. Go believe in your white God and move on.
Right. That's what I was talking about. They pick and choose and give them partiality.
No, hey, you know what? I gotta land me back on what you said, Naphtali. They say when you said that, she using the white people. Well, that white person, hey Don, you gotta mute up, bro. That white person she used is a damn scientist. It's a scientist. Okay? That's a real source. What was this guy's background? He was a damn dentist.
Right.
Yeah, if we were talking about dental, then we would use him as a source.
Right.
About teeth and cavities.
Orthodontry, huh?
I would think people will understand that. His expertise is not astronomy, nor is mine. So I'm going to use people who actually work with the Hubble telescope, work for NASA, and I'm gonna utilize their information because they're the specialists. Okay, you go have a seat and you keep believing in fairy tales and bull crap. Just go ahead. I'm not gonna tell you to stop. There's sources out there that says that the stuff is fake. If you want to keep believing it, then so be it. If you want to come up here and talk to me about it, then let's do it. Otherwise, have a seat.
All these herbalists and nature, all y'all want to do is play in the sand. I'm sick of that. That herbalist shit just needs to go away. I'm so sick of that. Nature this, nature that. Ain't nobody in the wild in any damn brick and mortar house. I'm just so sick of that.
Vortex, get your ass on here.
Ain't
I don't know
nobody out
man.
there with the lions. Ain't nobody out there with the giraffes. They up there on 125th Street in Fletcher or whatever, talking about nature, man.
Vortex, by the way, I just sent you a friend request on Facebook. Accept, Negro. But get your behind pass on here, man. I'm gonna let y'all build. I'm gonna fall back. Just don't overtalk each other, you know. But how can you say we haven't read the book? That's crazy, bro. I've read some of the book. You know, I was gonna read the whole thing, but it's, you know, but shit. Come on, man. I want to see my brother Salah come in here, man. Y'all come on in here, man. I know y'all heard it, but it sounds like feet are cold. We got some socks for you when you finish. Don P, you fell off, bro. I'm gonna try to bring you. I see you in the room. Try to bring you back in. My internet is acting up. Naphtali came on here. Yahven came on here. They didn't kick ass. Oracle that came on here. We weren't expecting that. Oracle came with the brick and shit. Hit y'all in the back of the head. Y'all ain't even see it coming. You know, Don P, he just hit you right in the damn mouth. You know, never.
I mean, they ran like there's not a one of them left.
Right, where they at?
They're gone.
Them boys disappeared.
I was run too with that horrible information that they provided. They had nothing. It's sad. Only thing, I mean, the dude was having intercourse with the spirits.
I guess they didn't think that we actually research stuff, Nep.
Exactly. I guess we can move on. And I see here comes Lex Vortex. All he wants to do is come on here and ask people questions. He teaches nothing. He just asks questions. Oh, you want to learn, don't you? I got the name Moray in my name, baby. I'm here to teach.
Is my mic or my earphone not working? Because I hear silent.
Yeah, me too. Well, I hear.
Okay. Well, good. No, I'm glad there's silence. Because we can fill in the dead spaces. And you know, the thing about it is this: it's really interesting in the time and space that we're living in.
Hold on, Don P. You said about my source with NASA. Yes. So his name is Let me get it for you. My source with NASA. Let me share that with you. 1 second, guys. The sister in the chat asked me about my source, and I'm gonna get him up real quick. I'm gonna share my screen. Can you approve it, Qanath, so I can share my screen for them? They want to see my source. Qanath, Sharsham, somebody?
I think the elder froze.
Okay. Well, Awaken to Truth Ministry. I'm gonna tell you. Hopefully, you can hear me. You're paying attention.
Put in the chat. I don't see it, sis. Put in the chat.
I took it away.
Yeah, put it in the room.
It's back now. Yeah. It's back.
Wait a minute.
All right, you sharing it now, aren't you?
Yeah, wait a minute.
Oh, okay. Let me.
You see it?
Yeah. Can you guys see it? Yeah. All right. So this is the source. His name is Phil Plait. Philplait. Plate. He is called the Bad Astronomer. The source is from his vlog. It's called Bad Astronomy. No, our solar system is not a vortex. You can read that. He goes into detail, very detailed, about our solar system and how it moves it's actually a helix, HELIX, and not a vortex. Okay. They say that these people, like, if you look at this image right here, some people do, a lot of people, and they take these visuals and this movie magic and they create it. Truth of the matter is, the Hubble telescope, those images only come out in black and white. And as well as this new one that they have, this new telescope, it comes in infrared. So all these images that we see with all these beautiful, these galaxies, all these beautiful, vibrant colors all on, it's all doctored. They don't come like that. Someone took the time and added all that to it. He said that there were suns in the middle of the galaxies. That's not true. That's actually black holes. There's black holes in the middle of the galaxy. You guys can just go. All galaxies just have black holes in them, giant black holes. And then as far as the way that they move on the helix, not a helical or a vortex. Okay, so I just wanted to break that down. Because he was really expounding on that. He was very excited about it. And that's been debunked. As you see, this is back in 2013. It's been debunked a long time ago, so it's nothing new. All right. So I just wanted to share that with the sister and whoever else wanted to hear. So go ahead and you guys, I'll be quiet. All right. Seems like is people still there?
No, I'm there. I'm waiting for Vortex to come on. I don't know how my mic is getting muted, but Vortex, go ahead, bro. Answer. Somebody answer that. Everything is up. The link is in the room.
So I was out of.
I can only be on a little bit longer. I do have to get up and work in the morning, and yeah.
I was outside of the room, and I needed to get back to my device. I've been through two devices in terms of battery, so I'm on the device that I'd never really used to come on, to this platform and speak with my audio apparatus. So I needed to make sure, that all that was in place. That's why I had to sign out and come back in.
Oh my God! Hold on. The Awakened Truth. She said, "Okay, thank you." She says, "I'm right here at NASA. A few of my friends are stationed here. I will be going to base soon to check into some things." Oh my goodness, that's amazing. So you work for NASA? So what do you think about the? Do you look into the galaxies? What do you do? I may have to bring you on my channel. I love.
Hey, put the link in the room. Sister, link is in the room. Can you come on and speak on it a little bit?
I actually am a science person. That is my love, my first love. So people may think that, like, oh, you believe in the Bible. Like, someone told me believing in the Bible and believing in science is an oxymoron. I was like, what?
Wow.
Nah, I love astronomy.
Me too.
I like science too.
No, I mean, we learned so much from our people knew how to navigate. How did they know how to navigate? Why do you think they had a television show called Stargate? Why do you know about the West Trade Winds? Our people, we were made by the Most High through the seed that came through Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, to be a distinct people in this world. We were supposed to be directing all these heathens, Gentiles, back to the Most High Yah. Some stuff might seem like witchcraft and voodoo. You know, just stay away from ancient worship and that kind of crap. But the Most High created us, endowed us with abilities and powers above everyone else. That's why we built this nation. And the only thing they built was the patent office. So they could steal everything that we created in my life. The whole world benefited off of your code.
I wanted to add,
Yehuda,
if I can.
particularly
Hold on, let Oracle jump in real quick. Go ahead, Oracle.
Yeah.
I wanted to add on to what Naphtali was saying about the love of science. I've loved science for as long as I can remember, and because I always ask the question, how can we tell what time of day it is? And how I know people didn't always have watches or compasses, they did it another way. And studying and going back, science and mathematics kind of work hand in hand when dealing with calendars. So that was something I was always interested in because, you know, how are we able to tell the time of day wherever we are on the planet? Because, of course, time right now is different from somewhere else. So that's a science in itself. So I'm right along with Naphtali. I'm a science buff. I love it.
Hey, can I read something? The sister that said here, Awakening to Truth Ministry, you said, I am also taking the time to read through Oahspe page by page to make sure I really understand what the information is. I'm a researcher and tester of information. Right, and you know what? That's great. But I will ask you this, right? Because you say you're not you don't belong to NASA anyway, but you have access to it, you know, because you was in the military. I actually I actually worked at NASA. All right, and I'll just leave it at that. But let me say this right here. Right out in Greenbelt. Right out here where I live at. And a lot of these jobs that you get, even in the military, you got to swear on what? Not the Oahspe Bible, but the King. You got to swear on the Bible. Right? So it's okay to read that, but I would say I need to know, are you a believer in the Most High like most people in the world believe? Right? Do you read the King James Bible? Because I understand about information, because I read information too. And the source is, where did this guy get information from? And the information he explained, like Naphtali brought out, and I don't know if it's worth a read if the guy got the information from angel with 3 hands massaging his shoulders. And when it was done, he was in euphoria, right? It felt good. And his daddy said that he was having sexual intercourse. And I would say this to you, my dear brother said this, y'all don't know what the word intercourse means, but we know what sex means, right? The witness was his dad said he was having sex with them spirits. So when you read that, just don't read it, right? Because usually when you read a book, you get the back of it and it tells you about usually the sources, you know, everything about it, basically, before you read the book. And this man supposed to have raped somebody. The cult let 12 children die of starvation. The leader, after he died, they put him in a mental institution. It goes on and on and on. So sometimes you gotta ask yourself, is a book worth the read? And this goes out to all the listeners that listen to F.O.P.E and Naphtali New School of Thought, right? And King Judah channel, right? And Don P New channel, right? All you that's listening and say, well, why in the hell are y'all talking about this book? Well, because the Most High beats down wickedness. And I thought it was important enough for the people that follow that book, right? Let's have that intellectual conversation to find out what's true, right? So if anybody that has a real ear to hear, like our Bible says, he who has an ear, let them hear, right? So let's hear it. So the sister that came on here, right? Everybody that came on here because our name was called out, and Shashan could play it again at the end, right? And nobody showed up. All of y'all showed up in the comment section, right? But with them little sheep, all we are is sheep that bite. Came to say, let's talk about it. There's a no-show. Okay, yes, I'm a believer. I'm a daughter of the Most High. I have been studying scripts for many years. For a few years, I like clockwork. I read the Bible 4 times. I read 4 times a year, once every 90 days. That's great. Go ahead, Neff.
I have a question, Elder.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He was having sex with the angels.
That's what his daddy said.
Were they male or female?
You literally say that.
Right, were they male or
female?
It said that he was having intercourse with the spirit world. So
were they male or female?
It just says spirit. So I don't. It's the way they wrote it. That's the way it worded it. I'm not gonna fix it.
Well, I'm assuming it's a male. I'm assuming it's a male oracle, because he said the angels was massaging him from behind. And a man can't have sex with anything if they behind him.
Yeah, and he was having intercourse with him, and his father was very disappointed, it said. So what is his dad so mad about, unless he is doing something? He had him, like Elder Qanath said, he had some, they was on his shoulders, they was rubbing his shoulders, and then when he died, it was strange sounds coming from his body, and the people were terrified. So I don't know. That's what it said. This man was full of demons. A legion was coming out of him. So, and to you, sis, where is you awaken to truth? You can discard that Oahspe Bible. It means no good. And like someone said, they definitely are pushing the agenda to Black people, because when I looked at the very few temples of this that remain, it's actually a Black one. And Salah was actually there. He was there to speak for them.
Oh, hell no.
Yes. It's a Black one.
I missed that last part. Who was what?
Not another Jim Jones.
Yes, it was actually as a Black. Yes, Jim Jones. Yes, my husband had said that. They say they're going to send it to. I think they're supposed to send into space, and then maybe a spaceship is going to come and get them, right? But
who talked to him, sister?
Yeah, so it's actually a temple in Brooklyn, the Oahspe temple, and it's Black people, older Black people, and Salah actually went to speak for them. Yeah. So it's to Black people, because you know why? Because the book comes off as if it's not prejudice. I mean, that he called the guy Cosma called me racist. He called us racist in the chat. He called us racist on here, right? Remember, he called us racist, kept saying we're racist. And I said, do you understand what the true definition of? I said, we can't be racist, but the thing is that he thinks it's racist for us to want to say that we are the people.
Yep. That's cool.
Yeah.
Not another Jim Jones.
That's what you're finding in the wait. That's what you're finding right now in the social discord. They couldn't discredit us. I don't know if y'all remember. There were some trailers that came out for a number of months, but it wasn't getting the traction. It was attempting to make fun of us it was a lampoon on who we are, right? And what they depicted was only 4 brothers declaring our deal, but it garnered the attention of the FBI, and this is what they were going to do. I have to tell y'all need to pay attention. These movies are not entertainment. The shows they put on the television is not entertainment. It's indoctrination. And as soon as those people, the body snatchers, had a hold of that, y'all got to understand the dossier of the criminals and what their daddies, hold up, let me just finish this. What their daddy decreed for them. Their daddy decreed for them that they would infiltrate every institution and indoctrinate it with their filthy leaven. And they have done that. They run the world banking system.
But wait a minute, Don, it's not going to work. Hey, now, before you say something real quick, hey, King Kofi, wait a minute. I just looked up intercourse. It means communication or dealing between groups. Stop it, y'all. And you put smiling faces.
If somebody say your daughter was having intercourse with somebody down the street, the first thing you're going to think of is she having sex. I wish y'all stop playing this word game.
But hold on, hey, sis, but not only that, though, why they only using the word intercourse? When she read it, it said sex.
Exactly.
Intercourse. It didn't say just they had intercourse. It said sex. Why are you leaving the other part out?
This is Western doctrine.
That's that. Hold on. That's the part where I'm talking about here. You know, you just want to put half truth. Well, intercourse only means intercourse. It means communication. No, it has many. Live and live. L-I-V-E. L-I-V-E has 2 different meanings. But guess what? It depends how you use it in a sentence. When she read intercourse in that sentence, another word went with that. It was sex. So what does sexual intercourse mean, King?
Elder, wait. What they think, the Oahspe go back to 3000 BC. He wrote the book in 1880. Intercourse mean the same thing it mean now that it did then. We're not dealing with no ancient text.
1880. My whole thing is I discriminate above.
The language ain't involved that much. That's what, 200 years ago? It ain't involved that much. Intercourse mean the same thing. What you think you dealing with something during the time of the dinosaur that you got to decipher?
1859
he tried it.
is my first cutoff point. And then the second one is 1889. You know, in terms of authenticity of what is being said, because they started to change the dialogue based on the program that they were initiating that would take place over the next 70 years. These people play the long game. Don't ever think that they don't. You got to recognize who they are in history and know what game they're playing.
Hey, look, before we get off, because I got things to do. All of us got things to do. We've been on 3 hours and 30 minutes. Hey, King Kofi, you got 3 minutes to come on live and say what you got to say. You know, and then we're going to close it out. But it says sexual intercourse, not just intercourse, right? Because I can say football, right, or football game. Now, a lot of people in America are going to think about the NFL, but over in Europe, they thinking about soccer, right? So you have to explain.
Hello.
You have to explain these things, brother. So when it says sexual intercourse, I just found it misleading that you left out the word sex. You left that word out. It says sexual intercourse. And then his own daddy said he was having sex with spirits. Right? Did he also suppose that rape somebody? Why you leave that out? They also let 12 children die of starvation. Why you leave that out? What does it take to be a third-degree Mason? Not as a black third-degree Mason, but a white man third-degree Mason. It's a difference. But at the end of the day, man, you can believe what you want to believe. You want to be a Mason, more power to you. I got people in my family Mason. If you want to be the Oahspe Bible, hey, it is what it is. But
right,
we brought it to the table to have a discussion, right? People try to make fun of us. We brought it to the table. Now, I just find it ironic. Nobody will come on here and defend. I got somebody in the chat, Naphtali, Oracle. Y'all can go in. Who's it? Okay, he's on here. Hold on. Let me bring him on.
Oh, thank you, because I would love to talk to a 33-degree Mason.
Hold on. I'm going to bring him on. And I want hold on, brother. There we go.
Decently in order, Qanath. Decently in order.
Peace, King.
Hey, wait, peace. Hey, look, I didn't hear sex. All I heard was intercourse. Okay?
Okay.
So I gave you the definition. Intercourse. I didn't. Now, sex, you right. But, like, because it's in that context. But all I heard was intercourse.
Okay, so did you hear the other stuff, though, that we mentioned tonight, too?
Oh, yeah. I heard
Did you hear the other stuff? What about the stuff about, this man having loud noises coming from out of his body when he died? What's that about? What about his hands was flying everywhere and he was writing stuff and he was painting in the dark and all this craziness? Like, what do you
know?
Shalom,
back in the 1800s, that's what, the medium shit and all of the stuff that they was doing stuff like that.
Yeah, so how do you feel about that? What about the seances?
I wouldn't follow that.
Exactly. So my thing is,
right.
they say they don't care, right? They don't care what this man do, but guess what? His information has been debunked. Did you know? I mean, his information has been debunked years ago. So why do they want to listen to this man so much? Why is he so important?
And to add what Naphtali said, his peers said he was a crackpot.
Shit last night.
Say it again, brother.
I said Garfield and the pseudo killers did a good job of debunking it last night. I don't know if y'all caught that.
No, we don't watch that. Go ahead.
They debunked this whole shit.
Oh, they did?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's like you bringing something.
And I say good because at least somebody stepped up to the plate. Let me ask you a question, brother. Let me ask you a question, my brother.
Yeah.
How did you hear about them? From because I didn't know they talked about it too. That's funny. Everybody watch F.O.P.E, but don't want to say it, huh? So how did they hear about these brothers?
Remember, he went on Sinetta.
How did he get on Sinetta?
You.
Oh. So Garfield. Oh, he was even on Naphtali even made a show about him too. So now you got
Garfield,
Dagger Squad. You got Dagger Squad, House of Conscience, Lions Den, Nepal Channel. I got respect for all them. ISUPK and many others, right? A lot of people on the down F.O.P.E, right? But this brother comes out, they come and they still my brothers, right? Because they in the F.O.P.E Academia Debate League, which you need to sign up for. Put that in the chat.
Push what Mighty Hebrew just said for me. That's all I got to say. Just push what Mighty Hebrew said.
Okay. So I mean that's what I'm talking about, man.
But you
Garfield called out, was talking stuff with Naphtali. Naphtali called Garfield out, man, and like the dagger got put right up on him because he ran. So we know he watching.
Brothers on deck, didn't you?
Pardon me?
I said you already had them brothers on deck. Didn't you about a month ago? I heard you say something on Sinetta about them shaking up the whole gang.
Yeah, and what you think? You think he went over there and shook the House of Conscience up a little bit? Because Sinetta loved it.
They shook everything up. Look at everybody going in a frenzy.
Yeah, but right now, a lot of people defeated it, but F.O.P.E been on top of it, brother. The very first show,
Yeah, I give you
second
that.
show.
Yeah, I give you that.
You know, and we don't care if nobody don't really respect us, because we know we getting our deliverance from the Most High. But at the end of the day, you see right now that not me, because I'm not calling them out, right? Because they called Sister Naphtali out. So Naphtali got her brothers and sisters here with her, show support and getting that ring. And they was in the comment section and they didn't step up to the plate. How do you feel about brothers that was in the comment section talking a lot of trash, but when you come in the link like you did, and they didn't come in the show, what you feel? How you feel about that?
You must not want to defend your information. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might know it's a little bullshit in there and it's coming out. Because we all see it coming out.
Yep. Hold on, y'all. One of them is in the chat.
Yeah, I was going to tell Naphtali, you should look into the orphan train history, because you will see a lot of that Bible in that. They had all them orphans when they was making all them white babies and sending them everywhere on that orphan train.
Okay.
That's where some of them orphans came from.
Oh, is that where they came from? Because a lot of them, and this person, Basil, the Israelite, he's saying some stuff. So let me address him real quick.
Link in the room, brother. Basil, the link in the room.
Hold on. He said nobody listening to the man. We listen to the information. Look at what my brother Mighty Hebrew just said. Sister Naphtali body the vortex matter. What do you mean by vortex? Yeah. We took care of that vortex situation. It was debunked a long time ago. The solar system is not a vortex. A lot of this information that this man is bringing out is incorrect. You may want to rethink yourself in the land of your captivity and go back to your Bible.
Facts.
The real one. The Holy Spirit.
I just find it funny that Champ is in the house, man, and people scared to box.
He called me out. He mentioned my name and Sinetter. He said he called out Nepal, and then he called me out. I'm right here. I've been up here I'm up here reading about something that I didn't care to. I'm supposed to have been live on my own channel breaking down some real information about Japheth. I haven't had a chance to do that because I'm too busy studying for this stuff, and they don't even show up. The disrespect and the disregard. I don't ever want to talk to the guys ever.
I thought they said they was ready to debate, though.
What'd you say, brother? You thought they was what?
Ready to debate anytime. They said he said
hold on,
anytime.
brother. You're talking too low, brother. This is folk. You gotta say that shit loud, bro. You thought they was what?
I thought they was ready to debate. He said anytime. Anybody can get it.
There we go.
Them boys is
right now that ain't nobody gonna get it.
Well, the champ right now in the team is like, you know what? It's not worth it because ain't nobody showing up. You know, so I mean, you showed up in the chat. You know, we got people say excuse the lights, but we got excuses. What would you call them? Excuse what?
Yeah,
Cosmo the lights.
Y'all do know the writer of that book went to court for murder.
Yeah, somebody woke
he
that
left
up.
he left a lady on the floor in his office.
A woman
that died.
A woman.
Yeah,
a woman
doing some work on her mouth. He probably was one of them crackpot dentists too.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. That's what Garfield and them brought out last night. But he got off the case. So you know.
Okay, Bezo, you said y'all think somebody's scared to debate because they not in here. Yes, they was in here, brother.
Yes, they were talking mad shit. And
they was in here rapping. They made videos and everything. They was in here
saying they bodied us and all kinds of shit.
Listen, we said dialogue. We gave a dialogue. We ain't got to debate.
And I sent it in the debate chat too. I put it in the debate chat. My husband put it in the debate chat. We put it everywhere. Mighty Hebrew saw that it was in the debate chat because he responded to it. He was the only one that did.
They're not even back there either. They're not even back there either.
You saw that I put it in the debate chat too. It's in it. And then Qanath totally was going live tonight as well. They already knew he was going live. This was
boys gone.
This was planned.
And Lex Vortex, he
Right
got
now,
on.
we've been live 3 hours, Beazle. We've been live 3 hours. What are you talking about? They've been there.
Right, and Lex Vortex got on, kept quiet, and got right back off.
You come on, you can join the debate too. You can hit the link. I'm right here. I'm here for now. You can come on in. You just now coming in, and come on in. Literally hit the link. We're gonna put the link in the chat. Personally, I'm gonna put it in there for you. I've been putting it in there all night myself.
See, they throw a folk which is all about trying to battle One West. Those are our brothers too. But now we taking on all challenges, man. Come on, the link is in the champ has spoken.
You can join the debate group too, and you can come on here and you can talk. Talk your talk. Stop talking in the chat.
They don't want
the debate room.
They don't want these
I'm
problems.
losing all respects. Just stop it. They the ones that called me out. He said my name, sir.
Right.
Go on somewhere with that. Hit the link or shut up or be gone. Dismiss.
Mm-hmm. And the way me and Sis Naphtali tackled this was so strategic, and
that's right.
Because I went in on Jacob's identity, and she went in on the sources and pretty much Canaan's identity to a certain extent. You see what I'm saying?
Bro, you went right to those scriptures, right, to show the Bible is true. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me say this right here. Now, I'm not saying this because I'm all about truth, but I'm not saying it. But I got to do it because my dear brother in the debate room too. Malachi Maccabees. Right now, I will say Malachi been calling people out for a minute about we can't eat meat, but I think he said something else. He's on in the debate room. I can't remember. Can you remember what he said now? I can't remember. He said something else about he wanted to debate something else. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
Something else about the debate? What do you mean? I'm trying to, figure out that.
You talking about the last time he was on?
Yeah.
He wanted to debate Genesis.
Oh.
He mentioned Genesis.
Let me say this to y'all.
About the light, remember?
The light. I heard him say something about. Go ahead, sister.
He was saying something about the Bible is wrong because of the procession of how things were created. He wanted to debate the procession.
Created on the fourth
the sun was
day.
created on the fourth. That's what he was talking about.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me say this. This only my opinion, right? Because I don't know how other brothers and sisters feel about this info. And I got my class already lined up. I was supposed to be doing it for the past 6-7 months, but I didn't. Listen. And y'all can just Google this yourself. So here goes something to lay it all down. Because now I'm not, like I say, this is nobody. Because we all entitled to what we want to believe in. But when I read from Genesis to Revelation, I see Christ in there. And them angels, right, that they speak about that have names, it tells you who they are. But them other ones, especially that we go back in the burning bush, that's Christ. And we can prove it. The ones that don't have names, right? Proving the Hebrew, right? Oh, this heavy. I already done it. And I just haven't done the class yet because of a whole lot of shit. But that deity that y'all say is a deity, I'm gonna fall back from it because I don't want to get all into it. But I know what time it is, But I didn't know Malachi felt that way. That's my dear brother. So anybody want to challenge him on that, they can, But as far as I'm concerned, the brothers, it's no use to us even trying to debate this no more because it was here. Y'all went on Sarnetta's show. You went on all these other shows, but you came in the comment board here, and see what just happened is, there's some Carl Lewis in the same boat. Hey, brother, let me ask you, how you feel about that boat?
That ain't nothing that I would follow. I'm just gonna say that. Because you're right, you have to look at the person who wrote it, somewhat of their lifestyle and how they think, and just a lot of it don't line up. to me.
Right.
Like you have a whole God council. I know Elohim is plural, but I don't know about the council shit. I don't know.
Hey man, look, it's another book by Jeffrey Dahmer. It's called the Jeffrey Dahmer Bible, and we got
Right. Might as well, Elder. May as well.
It might as well.
What's the other guy? We got Charles Manson. We got the Charles Manson Bible. We got the Jeffrey Dahmer Bible.
Columbine
We
Bible.
got Ted Bundy.
Yeah, we got Ted Bundy. Now, don't get mad
Throw
because y'all
Gacy up in there because he got dead bodies too.
But check it out though. According to Cosmin Cal, it's true because he read it. So I guess all the rest of them true as well. Because
just read it. Just read it.
Aleister Crowley was feeding people cat blood, and he had his doctrine behind that. So we might as well follow him too. What's the difference?
Listen, sis, don't talk about that. Just read it. Just read
it.
Right. Right. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm not trying to be funny, but I did look into that book a little bit and other historical facts and everything. And some people say the Bible hypnotized you, but that book hypnotized you, man. And I love my brother, but I'm gonna tell you, man, for what I read, and my brother, he read 100 times, but how many times he read it, whatever like that. I just don't understand why you want us to ignore things that we want to bring to the table and just say, just read it. I don't get that. I just, it baffles me how you just saying just read it. When we bring up talking points, you just say ignore it, and then you say, well, the Bible said this. Okay, the Bible said that, but let's deal with what your book said. Let's deal with that.
Well, let's just say you're right about it being a spell. All you have to do is just read it.
I don't get it. And bro, hey bro, let me ask you this: what do you believe in? And I'm gonna go into what you believe in. This is what you believe in.
I'm a big proponent of self.
Okay, then you know what? I respect that. I respect that. Now, even he's not an Israelite.
No.
Right? A Christian or whatever you want to call it. He believes in self.
Exactly. And I would like to comment on that too, if you don't mind. Like I was saying earlier about, and this is not a shout out to you, brother, but like, for instance, the white man know who his God is. You see what I'm saying? But when these cool Negroes come up here and try to debunk the Bible, they're looking for any and everything to try to do so. So their doctrine is so discombobulated, they don't even know what they believe in. Like in Lex Vortex's case, 1 minute he this, 1 minute he that, 1 minute he this over here, because he just jumped to anything he think he can find to disqualify the Bible, and he's just all over the place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. I get it. But I think in Lex's case, he uses the Bible because that's what everybody identify with. You know what I'm saying? But when he's teaching self, it's like on a higher level. You know what I'm saying? Like with me, I believe that I run my universe. You know, I don't believe in nothing outside of me because I see me. I'm the only one doing it. Now, is there outside forces that I can't see? I'm not sure about that, so I can't really say 100% that that's what it is. So, you know, I just believe in me. Anything that I do, I believe that I'm doing it. So, you know, I don't knock nobody for believing in the Bible or none of that. I don't, you know, whatever make you better.
Right, I hear you.
Yeah.
I want to play a clip real quick, and I'm going to be leaving, but I just want to play.
I'm going to jump down, y'all. It was nice talking to y'all. And I was wrong on the, because I didn't hear the sex, but I was wrong on that, so I apologize.
Hey, you say you want to play a clip real quick, sis? You want to put in the room and I'll play it? Hey, bro, let me ask you a question while Naphtali get this clip up. Did you watch the debate between Naphtali and Black Jesus?
He just got off.
Oh, he did? Damn. No, he's still there. Oh, he did? Okay, my bad. Wait up now. You put it up now? Because I don't see it. Oh, darn back. I can't let me click them on. Y'all still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm here. Do you see it?
No, I don't see it, sis.
That's weird. Let me do it again.
There you go.
I can't hear nothing. Is it playing? Turn your phone up.
Is this live right now?
Can you guys hear the video?
No, but I see it.
Getting
That's
muted.
weird.
I don't see. I see it, but I don't hear it.
That's maybe I need to turn it up on my YouTube. That is so strange. I don't know why we can't hear it. Well, I was just trying to show where he was calling all of us out, but it's not working. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know. I'm not muted, and
I don't have it muted either.
it's showing that it should be playing.
Is it playing or?
It's playing right now.
Wow.
Oh well, I don't know. I don't know what happened. That's weird, but oh well. I was trying to play that, but it's okay.
Ain't that something?
Yeah, it's weird. That was strange.
All right. Well, I'm gonna give everybody a minute to close. Nephilim, let you go last.
All right.
Don, I thought I just put you back in the room. I don't know what.
So this.
Don, you can go, and then Yahven, and then Naphtali. Don, Yahven, and Neph.
All right.
Go ahead, Don.
Okay.
Everybody 60 seconds. Mm-hmm.
So this is the deal. We're watching the information that y'all getting. It is the closing of days, and they're trying to claim our throne. They're trying to claim the kingship and the priesthood. And I started talking about that with the book that I received, and I'm waiting for the second book and the other book from India. But that's what it's about. It is about who is supposed to rule this world in the new order. But we know, see, the Oahspe, they don't have no answers because they have no prophecy. What was given to us was from the beginning to the end. And we know that in the wrap of things, that we are the beginning of the new world. And these folks are the end. But here's the deal. They're going to try to deceive you with many manipulations. We are the people of that book. It doesn't matter how they try to manipulate it. It doesn't matter how many of the other sephers they try to delete to hide themselves. Even with the 66, nephew is destroying them. So the 66 is important, y'all. We'll get into that later. But it's just their world is crumbling. Their world is crumbling. Yehuda, Levium, Binyamin, the Confederates of Yehuda, stand strong. These days are evil, and they're coming to an end. My brothers and sisters, we have our conversations.
All right.
About what we're about to wait. Can I get just a couple more minutes?
No,
we
can't.
Confederate
I
can't
give you a couple. No, because I gave you I said a minute, and I gave you actually 3. So I just want to let.
Okay, I appreciate you. I love you,
brother. No doubt. Go ahead,
I
Yahven.
love you too, Doc.
Yeah, it was an honor.
I give you 2 minutes. I give you 2 minutes too.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to say it was an honor to be back on F.O.P.E. And to assist this Naphtali in exposing these lying, wicked serpent niggas, pushing this BS amongst the people, because it's an abomination. And to chop it up with Sis Oracle and say hi to everybody in the chat and stuff like that. And so, yeah, and also above all, just bringing the knowledge to the people to open their eyes and hopefully save some souls, because this is, about saving souls, you know what I mean? Right. For the kingdom. So that's all I got to say.
Naphtali, you got 3 minutes. Go ahead, sis. I'll give you 3 minutes. Give you a chance.
I would like to say, shout out to Yahven. Thank you so much for coming on and doing. Well, I was coming on and doing this with you, so this was actually Yahven. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Yahven. You brought out some really good information. Shout out to Qanath. Thank you so much for allowing me on this this platform and on this panel. I'm sorry, I'm kind of tired, guys. I see people in the chat talking about skin color. It is not about skin color. It's about the information. Is that the information stands? His information is not standing. What we have gathered, and the sister Oracle has also brought out very well. The man took information from all religions and compiled the best that he agreed with together and created a new religion. Now, if you guys want to follow that, that is what you want to do. But his information is nothing new. He just compiled it together. He plagiarized many religions. He went to China, he went to Egypt, he went to India, he studied their information. His science is false. I really would like for you guys to take a look at his information, test it, and know that all you need is the Most High's word, and he preserved it within our scriptures, which are in the Bible. That's it. And then you can definitely go. It has nothing to do with skin color. We are not racist. Black people are not racist. We can't be racist. We love all people. Matter of fact, we love people too much. That's why we're at the bottom. But we don't love ourselves, and we need to start loving ourselves. That's what we need to do. It's not racist to say that we are people that were set apart. Because guess what? As we were set apart to be uplifted, we also were set apart to also be chastised. And that's it, and that's all. So I just hope you guys take a look at this video at the beginning and look at Yahven's presentation and look at my presentation and study the information that we bring out, as well as look at the other people who have brought out information upon this guy. This man not only was said to have murdered someone, he was in the result of children dying, as well as just spirits coming out of him. It's terrible. It's just terrible. But I don't want to hold you guys long because I know we all got to get up in the morning. I know I do.
No, it's all right. Let me thank everybody from everybody that's listening. Please put likes in the room. Please share this video. Share it. Most High bless my CUC family, King Judah, Star, Lima, Tim. You know what I mean? All of y'all, man. Jesus. Just bless all of y'all. Where's one? All of y'all, man. Most High bless. Yahven, thanks for coming back to the platform, brother. We got a lot of work to do. Naphtali, hey, champ, you know what you do. Don P, hey man, thanks for blessing the platform. Like I said, my dear brothers, no love lost. You know, I'm a little disappointed that your brothers didn't show up. You know, you showed up in the chat, but didn't show up in the room. So I mean, I guess we'll discuss this in the league. You know, because you said put yourself up there. So hey, you was up there. Everybody talking about you. From Dagger Squad, from Conscious Community, from JJ, from Black Jesus, you name it, everybody. And you know, everybody, I guess, challenge you. You know, but I don't know if y'all went there to deal with everybody. You know, but you called out the champ. Everybody know in all the communities, country communities, everybody know who the champ is. And she came. You know, nobody showed up. It's the second or third time. You know, and she didn't even bring all info out on her last ask when she gave somebody. You know, so this was like light work. They didn't even come with everything. Yahven, man, I don't know if anybody ready. I'm trying to get people to do some academia, you know, and it's like everybody just running, talking shit and running, you know, and that's why we taking this to another level. You know, we're just gonna stop really debating people who just shit talkers, you know. And when I'm about to say might hurt y'all feelings, you know, the first part of that, but the second part, I'm sure it will. The first part, we had to go to some universities, man, and pull some professors out the room and talk about it. You know, we had to go to some of them religious schools and pull some of them out of it. And then after that, you know, we maybe had to go to the white man. maybe he would give us a challenge, you know, because I do have a few white people that I was going to bring on the platform. But I said, nah, I'm gonna fall back. I had a rabbi, you know, and I had one guy. He was scared to come up. He said they might kill him. I said, well, shit, they might kill you. I know damn well they'll kill me, you know. But it is what it is, man. This is F.O.P.E. for our people edification. Academia Debate League, man. New School of Thought. Hey, y'all check out Naphtali channel, man. New school. Hey, Neff, say your channel again, both of them.
Yes, guys, my channel is Naphtali's ADUIC and Naphtali New School of Thought, but I prefer you to go on Naphtali ADUIC because that's New School of Thought's my backup channel. Please check me out. Check out my information. I'm about the information. I'm about getting to the truth. Because the Bible is the Bible. The let me make sure I decide this Holy Scriptures, okay? Because this is a Oahspe Bible. It's found everywhere. It's all throughout history. It's all throughout archaeology. It's science. It's so much to support it. So I didn't get to bring out much information tonight either because I had stuff because I thought somebody was gonna come on and say your God was a man in the sky. I had something prepared for that, so I'll just save it. But yeah, thank you all. Have a good night. And like I told you, Yahven, I was gonna save some stuff for the debate. So that was just some stuff that I thought was fun, and I thought it was funny. But they ran away from that.
Exactly.
And I want to see what I really brought.
Yeah, and check this out. You know, like I was telling you about the Floyd Mayweather slide that I was doing.
Yeah.
I told them niggas doing this presentation how I'm gonna do them dirty if they try me in the debate, because I already gave them the foundation of why they telling their lies, because they don't want to deal with who the children of Israel are according to the Bible. And if they play with me, I'm gonna mop the floor with them.
Hey, Yahven, real quick, man. I noticed you kind of called out Malachi, and you did too, Neff. Hey, Yahven, you want to say something? You were saying something about my dear brother Malachi?
Yeah. Basically, he's just under the delusion of the doctrine. I don't know if he was the one who gave it to them Negroes or they gave it to him, but you know, they just all need to repent from that. You know what I mean? Especially Malachi, because he started up. He more so believes more of the Bible than they do, at least from my understanding. He just picked up some lies along the way. He needs to just drop that Oahspe. And you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I just want to say this. So yeah, K Judah, Yahven, whenever y'all ready, we can definitely do it if they want to. But from what I'm saying, I don't think they want the smoke. But I wouldn't want it either if I was them, no, just to be honest.
Right. Right. The Most High word is too powerful. They can't deal with it.
Hey, y'all, by the way, man, y'all check out King Judah channel, man. King Judah was up at 7:30 in the morning this morning teaching, you know, and I was on there in the comment section, man. You know, this brother, man, hey, he works hard worker, man. His video production is off the freaking chain. You know, it's amazing, man. Y'all be sure to check out CUC, right? And look, let me give a big shout out to my dear brother Shah Sham, man. You know, he busting his seal, man, working behind the scene, you know, with his regular work, dealing with his children, you know, his job. But every time I call him up, man, he find a way to put the videos up for me. You know, I probably could do it, but hey, we all got work to do. You know what I mean? And special shout out to Naphtali husband. Y'all don't know, man, the videos that y'all see, the promo videos, he be putting it together. You know, he asked my input on it. You know, I know y'all like to hear me talk trash sometimes, but hey, man, this brother is good what he's doing. You know, I know Neff not doing everything by herself. We know they're a team over there, husband and wife, equally yoked. You know what I mean? Most High bless them and their beloved children. Most High bless all of y'all. Rashad, I see you in the room, big brother. Obadiah, I see you in the room, man.
Hold on, Elder. Let me say this to the sister, Awaken to Truth Ministries. I was meaning to say this to you. I'm so sorry. Yes, it's definitely, we can read it together. We can definitely have a conversation. You can we can study it together. You can hit me up on if you're on Facebook. I'm Naphtali Israel. I'm Naphtali Hoda on Instagram. I'm sorry, guys, I'm tired. On Instagram, you can hit me up there, and we can definitely sit down and have a conversation about it because, you know, it's some gems. I know you see things in there that appeal, and I know the philosophy behind it is something that sits well with Black people, but that's design. That's not the truth, though. And I know you guys are like, well, I don't care, you know, who the man is or what is about the information that he has within the text. But the thing is that the information that's within the text is nothing but what's found already in the scriptures. It's already found in the scriptures. That book there is just a compile of good information from all different books. That's all he did. He just took good stuff from all different books and put it together. Now you can take that information to become a good person, but as far as getting real, you know, righteousness and understanding, you know, of the Most High, you got to go to the Holy Scriptures for that. But other than that, guys, I'm like I said, says hit me up there. That's where you can find me. And shalom, Most High bless.
No doubt. And also, let me give a shout out to Naphtali moderators. You know, I don't know all of y'all, but I know y'all be putting in work for her. You know, shout out to the CUC family moderators, man. Every time I come over there, man, y'all shout me out. Much respect. You know, and of course, hey, my moderators. You know, I love y'all, man. Say, look, we out of here for real, man. No music this time. We just going out like this. Shalom.
Shalom, everybody. Most High bless.
Most High bless.